The King's Avatar audiobook by Kevin Chapter 1421. Understood by everyone translator. Namyami editor. Namyami we can't keep it up. Right when Yu Wenzhou realized what Happy's true strategy was, Huang Xiaoshan also started to feel pressured. 3v3. Team Blue Rain's side had a healer. If it was a direct confrontation, their side should have the advantage. The problem was that this 3v3 wasn't the only fight taking place. From an overall perspective, their slight advantage was not nearly enough. They needed speed, explosiveness, DPS, and time to eliminate their opponents. Happy's fifth player still hadn't appeared, and it wasn't just out of patience. Huang Xiaoshan had deduced a certain possibility. Kaio Yifen's Phantom Demon had gone to switch with Happy's healer. Blue Rain held the advantage during this period of time. However, lowering Happy's health bars wasn't enough. They needed to kill a player from Happy before their cleric arrived. Huang Xiaoshan and Zhang Xuan were clearly far from achieving this goal. From time to time, the two would look towards the other battle, hoping Yu Wenzhou and Lu Hanwen would hurry and come. However, help never arrived. The two didn't try to urge their teammates to hurry up. None of them, including their healer Su Jingxi, typed a single word. There was no need to say anything. When Huang Xiaoshan had called out to Zhang Xuan and Su Jingxi to counterattack, the other side should have gotten the message and made the appropriate decision. If they hadn't come yet, it could only mean that their situation didn't permit them to. Huang Xiaoshan's side could not see the other battle. How could they know that their old captain Wei Chen was struggling with all his might to keep Yu Wenzhou and Lu Hanwen from leaving? As a famed opportunist, Huang Xiaoshan had an excellent read of the match. Even though he didn't know the reason, without either Yu Wenzhou or Lu Hanwen, he understood that just his and Zhang Xuan's attacks weren't enough. They had dealt quite a bit of damage to Lord Grim and Boundless Sea, but they had taken even more damage. Happy's side had 3 attackers after all. Boom, boom, boom. Artillery fire came from both Sima Cheng's dancing rain and Zhang Xuan's bullet rain. Ye Xiu and Fang Rui were dodging, but Huang Xiaoshan and Zhang Xuan. They had their characters rush through the gunfire to attack. This was because of the difference in team compositions. Team Blue Rain had a healer, and that enabled them to be recklessly aggressive. Their health was guaranteed to be above a safe level at the cost of the mana from Su Jingxi's soul speaker. White light constantly flashed, protecting Troubling Rain's and Bullet Rain's health. Huang Xiaoshan felt that the situation wasn't good, so he constantly checked on Soul Speaker's situation. The constant flashes of white light were somewhat glaring to look at. During intense team fights, the healers would often look like this. However, it was only a 3v3, yet Soul Speaker was already this busy. It was because of their current tactics, but strangely, Happy made no attempts to stop them. How could Ye Xiu and others in Happy not understand their intentions? Of course they would, but they seemed to be fine with it. Sima Cheng's dancing rain stood farther away, so Huang Xiaoshan and Zhang Xuan didn't target her. Su Jingxi had his soul speaker stand in a position where Sima Cheng couldn't reach him, so that his spells would not be interrupted. With him dodging around, Sima Cheng simply gave up and stopped targeting him. Happy was going along with Blue Rain's plans. They were practically setting up the conditions for Blue Rain's plans to work, as if they were luring Blue Rain to do it. Yu Wenzhou and Lu Hanwen still hadn't arrived. Was this all part of Happy's plans? Huang Xiaoshan felt like something wasn't right. Troubling Rain began attacking more carefully, no longer as reliant on their healer. Zhang Xuan felt a change from Huang Xiaoshan. Without asking about it, he immediately matched his bullet rain with Huang Xiaoshan's rhythm. It wasn't that this guy couldn't figure out the problem, rather, he was just too lazy to think. As a result, he rarely thought deeply during a match. He always played lazily, for example, like how he was just going along with what his teammate did. Boom! Huang Xiaoshan was hesitating when he suddenly heard a muffled sound. To their side, on top of a long wall of medium height, a head suddenly poked out from a crack. The head was covered with ash and blood and in an utterly pathetic state. Who? For a moment, Huang Xiaoshan wasn't sure who the character was, and had to check the name by sliding his cursor over him. Windward Formation. It was Wei Chen's Windward Formation. Has it finally been settled? Just when Huang Xiaoshan thought this, that bloody head suddenly retracted. It looks like it's about over. Huang Xiaoshan continued to think. If Windward Formation was eliminated, the two on that side could come over and help them. Then they could strengthen their offense. Even if Happy's healer arrived, it would still be a 5v4. Huang Xiaoshan and Zhang Xuan had already lowered Happy's health significantly. Thus the match would certainly end in Blue Rain's victory. Continue to attack. Huang Xiaoshan was about to shift gears back when an order came from their captain Yu Wenzhou. Slow. It was just one word. It wasn't clear who Yu Wenzhou was referring to, but Huang Xiaoshan immediately slowed down. Zhang Xuan and Su Jingxi also saw the order and made the same decision. Their offense suddenly slowed. Whoa, have they figured it out already? There was no way Ye Xiu wouldn't notice such a change. Old Wei, you dead yet? Ye Xiu said. There was no reply. Wei Chen saw it, but he could only curse inwardly. How could he have any time to chat? Keep them nervous. Ye Xiu also sent out an order. His Lord Grim and Fang Rui's boundless sea suddenly went aggressive. What? Huang Xiaoshan and Zhang Xuan were startled. Ye Xiu and Fang Rui had tried their hardest to stay on the defensive. Happy had no healer, so they needed to carefully preserve their health. They could not afford to be as reckless as Huang Xiaoshan and Zhang Xuan. Ye Xiu's Lord Grim had some healing capabilities, but in such an intense battle, his healing was like trying to put out a burning cart with a cup of water. Now, the two suddenly bared their fangs. That was a fierceness only Troubling Rain and Bullet Rain previously had. Happy's healer has arrived. That was the first thought from Blue Rain's team members. Sure enough, and Wenny's little cold hands appeared from behind a stone pillar. His cross, holy contract, glowed with white light, a spell ready to cast. Shua. Holy light surrounded Lord Grim. In that instant, the holy light seemed to converge and then blossom into a wave of resplendence. Critical heal. It was similar to a critical hit from an attack. A critical heal would heal 50% more, just like how a critical hit dealt 50% more damage. Lord Grim's health instantly shot up a chunk. Little cold hands had cast the cleric's strongest heal, holy words. Lord Grim's sudden increase in health made Huang Xiaoshan's heart hurt. Fuck, you bastard, you're not afraid of overhealing. Huang Xiaoshan started his trash talking again. I'm not afraid at all, Ye Xiu replied. Lord Grim's myriad manifestations umbrella shined with white light as well. He had healed himself. The amount healed was tiny, but nevertheless he would always heal himself from time to time. Because we have more than enough mana, Ye Xiu said. There was no need to hide it at this point. He believed that Blue Rain had certainly figured out their intentions by now, but what could they do? They had already accomplished their goal. Su Jingxi's soul speaker had consumed a substantial amount of mana, even if they knew they had no way of changing it. And soon he would still need to consume more mana, because it was no Happy's turn to attack. Rush them. Lord Grim, Boundless Sea, and Dancing Rain attacked together, and Wenny's little cold hands also went into the open, becoming their pillar. Su Macheng's Dancing Rain no longer let Blue Rain do as they pleased. Dancing Rain leaped into the air and found her target, Su Jingxi's soul speaker. She knew that soul speaker was here and had thought about how to quickly reach him. However, she hadn't attacked. Happy's intentions were truly too obvious, and this was only for Blue Rain. The viewers had figured it out far earlier than Blue Rain. Because when Blue Rain had guessed that Happy's cleric was on his way there and had seized that opportunity to attack, they had seen that Wenny's little cold hands had gone into position even earlier. But because of Ye Xiu's orders, He had carefully stayed hidden and waited. The unskilled players might not understand why, but if Pan Lin and Li Yibo couldn't understand why given these circumstances, then they would simply be too clueless. Happy's plans were obvious, and they watched as blue rain fell for it. When Pan Lin and Li Yibo discussed it, they believed that Yu Wenzhou, Lu Hanwen, and Wei Chen's battle would be key. As it turned out, Wei Chen was miraculously able to hold on. He stalled two players simultaneously, even if it was such an embarrassing manner. Wei Chen is this match's MVP, Li Yibo said. I've never seen anyone that could make Yu Wenzhou look so helpless. But it looks like he's reached his limit, Pan Lin said. He gave his respects to the old general. Windward formation had fallen. Wei Chen had done his all, exhausting the entirety of his character's life. Happy's healer is almost there. Perhaps this will be a new turning point, Pan Lin said. There seems to be a trap. Li Yibo saw Yu Wenzhou's and Lu Hanwen's movements and suddenly sniffed something out. Chapter 1422, Reversal. Chapter 1422, Reversal. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami. Hurry up and heal him. The health on Wei Chen's windward formation was about to hit zero. The viewers focused their eyes onto Wenyi's little cold hands, hoping he would go over and rescue windward formation. Many of the viewers had felt touched, seeing Wei Chen's tenacity. They hadn't cared before, but now they held their hopes for Happy. They didn't want to see Wei Chen, who worked so hard and ended up in such a sorry state, to fall just like that. If windward formation died here, wouldn't all of the preparation that Happy had laid out be pointless? Hurry! Everyone stared at little cold hands attentively. Among them was Blue Rain's Yu Wenzhou. Hurry and come. He had the same thoughts. Swiksar continued to attack windward formation, but his gaze was in a different direction. Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud followed suit. He isn't able to get there. With the help from an omniscient view, the more skilled spectators could feel it. It's a trap, Li Yibo saw through it. He truly is Yu Wenzhou. To think he could still come up with a scheme in this situation. He's using windward formation as bait to lure Happy's little cold hands over. He wanted to pick him off, Li Yibo said. The camera quickly pulled out a bird's eye view of the battle. The indicators on little cold hands, Swiksar, flowing cloud, and windward formation suddenly became brighter. Swiksar and flowing cloud looked to be readying for the final killing blow on windward formation through a pincer attack. But at the same time, their pincer attack had locked onto little cold hands. If little cold hands went over to heal windward formation, he would be intercepted midway and trapped. With the enemy healer under their control, killing off windward formation would only take an instant. Afterwards, Happy would not only be down one person, but their healer would be in the enemy's hands as well. Happy would fall into a disadvantageous situation. All of this happened in a flash. Happy did not have a single second to spare. If they wanted to rescue Wei Chen's windward formation, the battle seemed to have frozen in this instant. What Blue Rain had predicted would happen didn't happen. As a result, the slight pause from intentionally slowing their attacks became extremely obvious. Wei Chen was surprised at first, but after carefully paying attention to Swiksar's and Flowing Cloud's movements, he quickly figured it out. Ha ha, he laughed in the chat. Yu Wenzhou knew that once this moment had passed, his plan would be ruined. Their cunning old captain would certainly realize it. A warning's probably been sent out already. Who was to blame? Yu Wenzhou looked at Happy's motionless cleric. He knew that Happy's cleric was a rookie, and not a particularly talented one like Happy's other rookies. And Wenyi was oftentimes viewed as Happy's weak point. But then again, Happy used their weak point as bait and came up with several traps. This was Ye Xiu's speciality, using one's own weakness and turning it around to become the opponent's downfall. What about now? Could it be because this rookie cleric was too slow to react and failed to notice windward formation's situation, ruining Yu Wenzhou's carefully thought-out plan? If that was truly the reason, Yu Wenzhou could only sigh at his bad luck. A hole had appeared in his plans because his opponent's skill was too poor. What could he do? Knowing that this plan had failed, Yu Wenzhou had Shuixar attack. Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud also rushed forward and swung down, taking down the last bit of Windward Formation's health. Windward Formation became the first player to be eliminated from the team competition. While stalling Blue Rain's 2 players, he had truly exhausted everything, including his character's life. Even now, there were still no signs of any sort of response from Happy's side. How could a healer be this bad? Countless viewers slammed their tables in anger and cursed. Many of the crowd members were extremely dissatisfied with Nwenyi as well. They had forgiven this rookie healer the whole way through and believed in him just like the rest of Team Happy. But now he just did nothing as Wei Chen's efforts were wasted. Who could endure such an injustice? Is he stupid? Get down. Quit. And Nwenyi clearly didn't have any brain-dead fans who defended him no matter what. The fans loved or hated him depending on his performance. It was fine if you weren't skilled enough. No one disregarded the fact that he was a rookie. What they cared about more was his attitude, a proactive attitude. It wasn't even important if Nwenyi could save Windward Formation or not. They were angry that he just sat there staring into space, as if he didn't know what was happening on the other side of the battle. It was okay if you failed, but you can't just do nothing. To the spectators, Nwenyi was a person who did nothing. Curses instantly filled the stadium. However, the match still went on. After killing Windward Formation, Shuixar and Flowing Cloud quickly rushed to join with the rest of the team. The two hadn't taken much damage. On the other side of the battle, it was now Happy's turn to be reckless. Suma Cheng's dancing rain took the high grounds and tunneled onto Soul's speaker. Zheng Xuan wanted to protect his healer, so he started firing at Suma Cheng. At this distance, his Spitfire bullet rain could reach her. The force from a burst grenade threw dancing rain off from the high grounds. However, Suma Cheng quickly adjusted, landing dancing rain at another attack point. The home game advantage. In this exchange against Zheng Xuan, Suma Cheng fully displayed her familiarity with this region. She didn't even need to look around to find a suitable attacking position. In the group arena, Zheng Xuan had beaten Suma Cheng in the 1v1. He didn't lack the confidence in contesting against Suma Cheng. However, in this team competition, while his target was Dancing Rain, Suma Cheng's target was Soul Speaker. As a result, Zheng Xuan needed to consider both sides. It was just too much to think about. For a lazy person like Zheng Xuan, it was truly torture. He couldn't hold down Suma Cheng's dancing rain. In the end, all of the misfortune fell onto Su Jingxi. Soul Speaker ran around, but Suma Cheng was always able to quickly catch him. If it was as simple as you chase I run, then Su Jingxi could lure the opponents into the area where Blue Rain had originally planned on fighting Happy in. But the problem was that he could not leave because he had to heal his allies on Blue Rain. Huang Xiaoshan's troubling rain was being pincered by Ye Xiu and Fang Rui. While Su Jingxi's Soul Speaker dodged Dancing Rain's attacks, he had to think of every possible way to keep Troubling Rain healthy. If this situation continued, Blue Rain's 3 players had no chances of winning. But now this period had passed. Yu Wenzhou and Lu Hanwen joined the battle. The tides shifted once again. A curse arrow shot towards the high-up Dancing Rain. The greatsword Flame Shadow cut into battle and danced alongside Ice Rain. "You guys are finally here." Huang Xiaoshan let out a sigh of relief. Su Jingxi's Soul Speaker had been baited and then forced to heal afterwards, causing him to constantly consume mana. Now Blue Rain had the 5v4, relieving him of some pressure. They could not let this opportunity go. "Attack!" Yu Wenzhou ordered. All of Blue Rain went on the offensive. Focus on restraining, avoid trading, increase their mana consumption. Yu Wenzhou pointed out the overall strategic direction. They had the numbers advantage, but Happy had used up much of their healer's mana. They needed to fight carefully. If their healer went out of mana too early, their advantage would instantly crumble. Usually, teams would utilize their numbers advantage to launch an all-out attack and hopefully kill a target to widen the advantage before the other side's sixth player arrived. In the Glory Team competition, most victories were obtained in this way. However, it wasn't suitable for the current Blue Rain to launch an all-out attack because their healer did not have the mana to support such an endeavor. As a result, Ye Xiu emphasized that they wouldn't be going all out to kill an enemy player. They couldn't waste their numbers advantage though, so they needed to carefully go about it. While killing an enemy player was the main objective, it could not be forced. Calm. Besides calmness, there was only calmness. Ye Xiu was always calm. Whether Team Blue Rain had the lead, was falling behind, or was in a difficult spot, he would never lose his cool. He would always search for the most reliable method to deal with the situation. It was through this foundation that allowed Huang Xiaoshan to find an opportunity to wreak havoc on the battlefield. But soon afterwards, when Blue Rain attacked, they encountered an unexpected response. Attack. Yes, they went on the offensive, but Happy also went on the offensive. It was a 4v5, yet Happy was still attacking. It was a standard team competition situation, yet both teams responded in unconventional ways. The side with the numbers advantage played conservatively. The side with the numbers disadvantaged played aggressively. The viewers were all dumbstruck. They had no idea how such a strange situation had come about. Only the pro-level players who were watching the match could feel the balance shifting when they saw this scene. Happy is the one in control. Wang Jixi, Xiao Shikin, Zhang Xinji. All of the top experts had the same thought, because this reversed situation had resulted from Blue Rain's healer using up too much mana, and everything had been set up by Happy. This current situation should be within Happy's plans. Wei Chen's windward formation hadn't been ignored by Happy's healer. Happy hadn't planned on saving windward formation in the first place. Wei Chen obtaining victory no matter the means included coldly sacrificing himself. Blue Rain's 2 generations of captains, a confrontation between the original owner and the successor of Swaxar. In the end, it was just a topic to talk about. This was a team competition, and what Wei Chen pursued was the team's victory and nothing more. Chapter 1423, competing for first. Chapter 1423, competing for first. Translator, Namyami editor, Namyami attack. Both teams attacked. Blue Rain with the numbers advantage played defensively. Happy with the numbers disadvantage played aggressively. Is that fine? Is Happy looking to kill themselves? Quite a few people had their doubts. But when they looked at the situation more closely, they discovered that it might not be the case. Because of Blue Rain's tactical goal, Blue Rain looked increasingly uncomfortable facing Happy's aggression. Even if they had an extra player, Happy's reckless fighting negated the advantage. An extra player simply meant another target to attack, and wouldn't that mean more overall damage? In the meantime, Happy was relying on their healer to hold on. Trying to suppress Happy's offense through attacks would be even more difficult. Happy's team composition needed to be taken into consideration. Fang Rui, the master of playing dirty. Sima Cheng, the long-ranged launcher. Ye Xiu, the all-class expert. He wasn't famous for his dirtiness, but his dirtiness wasn't to be underestimated. Did you think he didn't have a part in creating the dirty playstyle? Suppressing these 3 truly wasn't an easy task. Their reckless fighting was a huge burden on their healer. It required excellent judgment, fast reactions, and exceptional timing to keep up with them. And Wenyi had talents but also weaknesses in these areas. Little Cold Hand's new equipment helped make up for it to a certain extent, but having him take control of such a chaotic battlefield would be worrying for Happy. However, the current situation was rather favorable for him. Happy had a total of 4 players. Sima Cheng's launcher was a long-ranged launcher. She wandered around the edges of the battlefield and didn't come into contact with the center of it, so she received very little damage. As a result, Enwenyi only needed to take care of Lord Grim and Boundless Sea. Those two may be fighting recklessly, but since he didn't need to take care of the usual 4 players like in a typical team fight, the burden on him was drastically reduced. For Enwenyi, looking after 4 players was worrying, but he was plenty confident in taking care of just 2 players. What a wonderful detail! Li Yibo discovered this point and immediately gave praise. A team like Happy's was a blessing to the players. Even if you had weaknesses, the team could still make up for it and create a stage for you to perform brilliantly. Speaking of which, this was originally Team Blue Rain's specialty. Li Yibo thought of this point. Yes, Team Blue Rain was a very player-inclusive team, a trait that gave them great flexibility. For most teams, when their important player left, they hoped to find a similar player with the same class and playstyle to fill in the gap, as to prevent the team's tactical system from breaking apart. But Blue Rain didn't cling onto this idea. After Yu Feng left, everyone was wondering what Berserker player Blue Rain would find as a replacement. Instead, Blue Rain picked out a little Blade Master Demon and announced that this kid was their most important transfer of the season. In the following seasons, Blue Rain remained as the mighty Blue Rain. Many players performed well in Blue Rain, but after leaving the team, they appeared mediocre. Lin Feng, who left Blue Rain for Wind Howl, was one such example. As a rather peculiar battle thief, Lin Feng was a unique existence with quite a bit of fame in the Glory community. When discussing thieves, after Fang Rui was Lin Feng. Fang Rui had boldly chosen to change classes this season. Then, Lin Feng took his place in Wind Howl, inheriting the #1 thief character, Doubtful Demon. Many people thought that he would reach new heights, and the title of #1 thief would easily be his. They believed that interest in the battle thief playstyle would soar due to Lin Feng's new status. And the result? Despite having an all-star level character, Lin Feng's days in Wind Howl weren't as prosperous as many had expected. Let alone his performance on stage, just the numbers showed a considerable decrease compared to his time in Team Blue Rain, despite having a more powerful character. In the past, Lin Feng had drawn quite a bit of attention. After leaving Team Blue Rain, he took control of a more powerful character, yet instead of a meteoric rise, he sunk into mediocrity. Team Blue Rain was a team that could give each player a stage to shine on, but from the looks of it, Happy could do the same. Even a lesser skilled player like Enwenyi could become Happy's pillar of support. Perhaps in the beginning, Happy had been a newly formed grassroots team, so they had no other choice. But in the winter transfer season, Happy had the opportunity to find a better healer. At that time, Happy had an extraordinary win record, better than many teams not just by a little bit. Happy had such a glaring weakness too. Numerous healers from mid-tier and low-tier teams raised their heads, hoping Happy would recruit them and let them join this rising dark horse. But Happy chose not to. From the start of the winter transfer window to the end, Happy showed no intentions of doing so. After the winter break, Happy presented a full set of new equipment for Little Cold Hands, showing their trust in their rookie healer. Afterwards, this rookie healer proved that Happy's trust in him was not unfounded. His performances gradually became steadier, and his role in the team gradually became clearer. The doubt towards him lessened day by day. In today's match, when Windward formation fell without any sort of help from his healer, even the home team fans felt dissatisfied with him. But soon afterwards, as the battle progressed, everyone realized that all of this had been part of Happy's plan. When they saw Enwenyi, whose ability was often called into question, perfectly support Ye Xiu and Fang Rui, they began to understand the reasoning behind Happy's arrangements. Perhaps it was somewhat cruel. If Windward formation was still here, and Wenyi would have to split more of his attention to take care of him, and things might not go as smoothly for Happy. If the healer couldn't keep up, the healer's team would definitely be suppressed in a chaotic battle. This was an important note in this match. Blue Rain clearly had the numbers advantage, yet why were they feeling constrained? It was simple. It was because their healer could not keep up. Blue Rain's paladin, Soul Speaker, needed to conserve mana and could not support a full-on aggression. But under Happy's threat, it would not be good if Soul Speaker didn't take up more of a burden. Attack their healer, Yu Wenzhou finally ordered, adjusting Blue Rain's strategy. Happy's healer might not be the best, but he was more than good enough to support two characters, and Wenyi's mastery of timing and Little Cold Hand's critical heals were a big blow to Blue Rain's strategy. Zheng Xuan wasn't a spirited player in the first place. After shooting a few bullets, a holy light would shine and his target's health would go up instead of down. It was truly disheartening. This sort of trade isn't favorable for us. Because of Sima Cheng's long range and the craftiness of Ye Xiu and Fang Rui, Blue Rain's numbers advantage was stifled. At this moment, their only point of breakthrough was Happy's healer. He was the one supporting Happy. Directly attacking him would be more effective usage of Blue Rain's numbers advantage. Triple slash. Huang Xiaoshan, the opportunist, had been ready to attack Happy's healer. When Yu Wenzhou gave the order, he just happened to have found a good opportunity. He triple slashed to open up a path, and Troubling Rain immediately made his way over. Crash! Lord Grimm's myriad manifestations umbrella instantly opened up in front of him, blocking his way. Troubling Rain's sword did not fall. The second slash flashed out, moving horizontally across the umbrella. The half step gave him a new angle, and he went for it with the triple slash. Dong! Lord Grimm's myriad manifestations umbrella moved across again, ready to block the triple slash. But Troubling Rain had already switched moves to guard against it. Wasn't that also an attack? Troubling Rain used guard, blocking the attack. The self-knockback from guard sent Troubling Rain outwards. Turn around, colliding stab. It was a berserker low-level skill, so Troubling Rain could obviously learn it. The damage wasn't important. It was a movement skill, so every player regarded it as an important skill to learn. Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm had also learned this skill. It was a frequently used movement skill in his arsenal. In a trail of smoke, Troubling Rain dashed towards Little Cold Hands. The other members of Blue Rain had also seen Yu Wenzhou's order and coordinated with Huang Xiaoshan. Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud moved in front of Lord Grimm, stopping Lord Grimm from pursuing Troubling Rain. However, Ye Xiu ignored the intercept. Lord Grimm leaped backwards and instantly rushed out with 3 movement skills. His target, Soul Speaker, trade. Ye Xiu's intentions once again surprised everyone. Is Happy planning on trading their healer for Blue Rains? Pan Lin cried out. This, I really don't understand. A rare moment from Li Yibo, who hadn't made any mistakes yet for this match. He directly acknowledged that he didn't understand Happy's intentions. Yes, who could understand it? Happy held the advantage despite the numbers disadvantage, and it was all because of their healer. Their healer had an abundance of mana, while their opponent's healer had used up a lot of mana. This difference had come from Happy's many setups, obtained from sacrificing Wei Chen's windward formation. This should have been their key to victory. On the other hand, Blue Rain had their hands tied because of their healer, but with Happy having their healer as well, Blue Rain could not abandon their own healer. This situation was good for them, though. Happy was unexpectedly not going to rescue their healer and instead attacking Blue Rain's. Wasn't this trade beneficial to Blue Rain? By sacrificing Wei Chen, Happy gained the upper hand. It was a beautiful play from Happy. But this time, supposing that Happy completed this trade, it would be a beautiful win for Blue Rain. And this beautiful win for Blue Rain would come from Happy's own hands. Li Yibo wasn't the only one who couldn't understand it. Blue Rain didn't either. Chapter 14:24, The Healers of the Two Sides. Chapter 14:24, The Healers of the Two Sides. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami. Wipe out little cold hands. How would Happy respond to that? Ye Xiu had considered all sorts of possibilities, but the decision to give up on the healer had only surfaced for a mere moment. Under these circumstances, how could Happy abandon their healer? But that was exactly what happened. Happy didn't bother making any moves to protect little cold hands. Ye Xiu started it and Fang Rui followed suit. Then, Su Ma Cheng, who had been continuously harassing Soul Speaker, began to focus her cannon fire as well. Blue Rain's members were all rather stunned. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. In the current situation, Happy shouldn't choose to abandon their healer. Everyone knew that, so how would Blue Rain not? They were the ones who could feel the pressure brought by the difference between the two healers. So when their captain told them to wipe out Happy's healer, they knew all too well the reasoning behind this. However, Happy instead chose to focus on Blue Rain's healer. They couldn't understand this decision at all. What was Happy scheming? Not just Blue Rain, but all the spectators couldn't help but think that way. After all, everyone was like as Li Yibo had said. They couldn't figure out what Happy was up to. There must be a deeper reason, right? If it was just a trade, then that was unreasonable. The spectators didn't understand. They could just joke around about it. Li Yibo didn't understand. He could yell about it in the broadcast. However, what about Ye Xiu? As Blue Rain's captain and their commander on the field, he couldn't make a decision blindly. However, right now, he had to, because there was no time for him to consider the situation slowly. Hesitation was already surfacing amongst Blue Rain's ranks. Without a clear command to direct them, if they wanted to save their Soul Speaker, but also wanted to take down little cold hands, they might end up with nothing accomplished and their efforts wasted. Then, they really would be on the track to losing. Was this hesitation something Happy purposefully tried to elicit it? That was all Ye Xiu could come up with in the time he was given. His mind moved fast, but at a time like this he wanted nothing more than a skill that could stop time, pause the entire battlefield and let him contemplate their situation properly. But now he had to take decisive action. Thus, Ye Xiu used his actions to direct his teammates. Swaxar raised his arm and pointed curse of destruction at little cold hands, unleashing a curse. Understood. Blue Rain's members immediately understood, so no matter how hesitant they felt, they all went directly after little cold hands. If they killed the cleric quick enough, then they might even be able to go back and rescue their Soul Speaker. Considering endurance, paladins had the advantage over clerics. After all, this was a class that could act as an MT. With their plate armor, plus their holy shield technique, halo smash, life activation, extreme survival, etc., or defensive skills or skills that could help them endure. Otherwise, why would people say that paladins were more defensive? Su Jingxi was also keeping watch for Ye Xiu's decision. Their opponents were probably aiming for a trade, and what they wanted naturally was to see their opponent's healer wiped out while theirs was fine. So this decision wasn't abandoning him, and Su Jingxi naturally couldn't just sit and watch. He had to be the most focused member on the field, because he would be facing off against 3 of Happy's members, and his goal was to survive through this attack, as long as he could. A holy shield technique first, Su Jingxi decided. Since healers weren't very good at movement, he didn't bother trying to avoid Happy's members and play hide and seek with them. He planned to play to the paladin's talents and take every chance he could get to survive. However, after he made the actions to activate the technique, but Holy Shield technique didn't appear, he was silenced. Su Jingxi startled. This silence came from Little Cold Hand's Sacred Fire and Wenyi, against an assault even more intense than the one Su Jingxi was facing, was still supporting Happy's offensive at a time like this. This time, it was a sacred fire. Next, was he going to send over a holy commandment or something? Blue Rain naturally wouldn't let Wenyi have it so easy. Letting a sacred fire through was careless. No matter what the next skill was, they would interrupt it at once. Just this sacred fire was enough to prove Happy's determination. They didn't seem to be trying to play a trick or anything. They seemed to be completely focused on this trade between healers. At this point, even if they had made a mistake, even if they had missed something, they could only continue charging down the path they had chosen. Seeing Happy's determination, Yu Wenzhou didn't waver, instead hardening his resolve. All-out offense. Both sides were putting everything they had into DPS. Neither team's healer bothered with trying to dodge, both doing their best to endure the assault head-on. Happy's little cold hands had low defense, but Wenyi was a master at grabbing opportunities. Even under this siege, he still managed to time a few instant cast heals for himself. Powerful, high crit rate heals instantly restored Little Cold Hand's health, almost like bringing himself back from the brink of death. As for Blue Rain's Soul Speaker, he had high defense and more health than Little Cold Hand's. Though his self-protection methods had been interrupted by Little Cold Hand's sacred fire at first, messing up his rhythm, he still seemed more likely to survive than Little Cold Hand's. But reality proved otherwise. Though Soul Speaker had more health than Little Cold Hand's, he wasn't at 100%, only 71. This was the effect of Su Ma-Cheng's harassment just now. In an all-out battle, no character would stay at 100%. For a good healer, keeping each character's health at a safe level within their control, that was enough. In addition, Su Jingxi has fell into an awkward position where his mana might not be enough, so he spent as little of it as possible. Thus, Blue Rain's entire team was at a slightly lower health, including himself. However, in the blink of an eye, he had fallen into a situation where he had to use his health to endure. Su Jingxi regretted not casting a few more skills on himself. Who would win in this trade? Right now, no one was sure. Little Cold Hands had a weaker defense, and Blue Rain had a strong offense. Soul Speaker had less health, and while Happy might be down one player, they had more ways to provide buffs and debuffs. Lord Grimm's sword boundary increased all of Happy's strength and intelligence. Boundless Sea's pulse break lowered Soul Speaker's strength and intelligence. Dancing Rain's armor-piercing missile could destroy Soul Speaker's defense. What made things even more depressing for Su Jingxi was that just when he had found an opportunity to use life activation, Lord Grimm waved his hands and sprinkled some disperse powder onto him, removing the healing. It looks like the two sides are evenly matched. After a certain point, Li Yibo got a rough idea and carefully made a note. Yes, but I feel like Happy's attacks are more complete. Blue Rain's offense isn't perfect, Pan Lin said. They have some doubts in their heart. If it wasn't for these doubts, they wouldn't have let Little Cold Hands send out that sacred fire, Li Yibo said. They're still wondering why Happy did what they did, Pan Lin said. Yes, even though they slowly strengthened their resolve, it still delayed them, Li Yibo said. Which side will be faster? Pan Lin raised the most concerning issue. No one will know until the end, Li Yibo said. This time, it wasn't that he didn't dare to guess. It was that he was certain this race wouldn't be as simple as just a contest of DPS. At the end, just before the final blow, the two sides would certainly try to stop the other. A trade was just something said. Any team would hope to kill the other side while preserving their own. As a result, in the final moment, the two sides would definitely make one last-ditch effort to protect their side's healer. Li Yibo believed this with absolute certainty. It's almost time. Seeing that Little Cold Hands and Soul Speaker were about to hit 10% health, Li Yibo suddenly spoke out. Almost time, Pan Lin was confused. Pay attention to the final moments, Li Yibo said. The deciding moment. Pan Lin raised his voice to hype up the crowd. Sure enough, as Li Yibo predicted, a change occurred in the final moments. A grenade was suddenly thrown from bullet rain towards Happy's space. Boom! However, the grenade only flew halfway before exploding. There was no light, only a powerful pressure that appeared even stronger because of the sand. In an instant, a sandstorm formed. "Burst grenade," Pan Lin shouted. If Ye Xiu's sneaky burst grenade had landed in Happy's space, the entirety of Team Happy would be sent flying away, collapsing their encirclement on Soul's speaker. But Happy had been wary. Lord Grimm shot the grenade out of the air, successfully blocking it. "He truly is Ye Xiu," Li Yibo praised from the bottom of his heart. Whether it was technique or situational awareness, he deserved praise for all of them. At this moment, Yu Wenzhou's Suixar was chanting a curse. Suddenly, a star seemed to twinkle in the cloud of sand stirred up by the burst grenade. It really was a star refraction. A ray of light shot out. No one in Blue Rain had any methods to block it. The bonus skills attached to Lord Grimm's myriad manifestations umbrella seemed endless. He had never used this star refraction before. Star refraction hit all 4 members of Blue Rain. Although the level 1 star refraction dealt little damage and had no attack effects, Suixar's casting had been interrupted. At the same time, a grenade rolled over. Star refraction was just to use up Blue Rain's methods. The true killing blow was this grenade. Burst grenade. Ye Xiu instantly recognized the grenade, but it was too late for him to block it. Boom! Happy returned the favor with a burst grenade of their own. But because of this skill's low level, it wasn't as powerful as Bullet Rain's burst grenade. Even so, everyone in Blue Rain had been forced flying. Immortal guides the way. Huang Xiaoshen's troubling rain was able to squeeze out this skill. Little Cold Hands was suddenly blown back together with Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud. Chapter 1425 Time Difference Chapter 1425 Time Difference Translator Namiyami Editor Namiyami Beautiful, Pan Lin shouted. Burst Grenade was undoubtedly a tool to forcefully break encirclements. Blue Rain had intended on using this skill to do so, but before they could act, Happy threw out their own burst grenade. Lord Grimm's myriad manifestations umbrella only had 1 gunner form, and in this match, it had been shown that laser beam had been added on as the bonus skill. It was not possible for him to have access to any other high-leveled gunner skill. This burst grenade must have come from Dancing Rain's devouring sun. This grenade successfully invaded Blue Rain's space and exploded. Everyone thought Blue Rain's control over the situation had been destroyed, and Happy would be able to rescue their healer. However, in that instant, Huang Xiaoshen was able to complete an Immortal Guides the Way and borrow the blow-away effect of the skill to send Little Cold Hands flying. This move was like a gift from the heavens. The fans of Team Blue Rain had experienced several ups and downs in just a split second. Just as they thought that they had lost, Huang Xiaoshen pulled them back. Lu Hanwen was careful. He didn't dare waste Huang Xiaoshen's save. The airborne flowing cloud swung his greatsword towards Little Cold Hands. On the other end, Ye Xiu's Bullet Rain fired a stun bullet and an ice bullet towards this side while in the air. They would not let Little Cold Hands escape so easily. The knockback from a level 1 burst grenade was limited. Compared to the burst grenade from Ye Xiu's Bullet Rain, the sand and dust lifted from the explosion only covered a small area. Blue Rain's unity of will was an impregnable stronghold, forcefully keeping the situation under control. Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud stuck close to Little Cold Hands, and Huang Xiaoshen's troubling rain immediately dashed over as soon as he landed back onto the ground. But inside this small-scale cloud of dust, Huang Xiaoshen noticed a bright flame swaying down. Fuck! Huang Xiaoshen immediately realized what it was. Heat-seeking missile. This skill possessed both a large area and strong knockback. It had to be blocked no matter what, but was where enough time. Troubling Rain swung his sword with a sword draw, the sword light splitting the yellow sand in half, but it wasn't enough. It was just off by a bit, but the sword light wasn't able to reach the heat-seeking missile's signal in time. It's over. Huang Xiaoshan felt helpless. This time, there was nothing he could do. But the instant his sword light missed, a black light suddenly flew out. With a shua, the signal was cut out of the air. Soul slice. Huang Xiaoshan was delighted. He turned his head and saw Yu Wenzhou's Shuixar. Shuixar had sent out a precise attack at a crucial moment, bringing Blue Rain back once again. Steady, Yu Wenzhou reminded everyone in the chat. The signal, knocked away by the soul slice, did not land in Team Blue Rain's space, but the heat-seeking missile that followed soon afterwards dropped down in a column of flames. An enormous explosion erupted, sending yellow sand everywhere like a volcano. The sand flew into the air and then dropped down like heavy rain. Blue Rain felt a lingering fear, seeing this scene. This attack was far more terrifying than burst grenade. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst the turbid cloud of yellow sand, sounds of gunfire could be heard. Several black shadows dropped down towards where Blue Rain had trapped little cold hands. FIM 92 Stinger. Using the yellow sand as cover, the Stinger had burst apart into multiple missiles before falling down. With the number of missiles there, Blue Rain could not deal with them one by one. Their only choice was to do their best and avoid them. But right at this moment, and Wenny's little cold hands had struggled out and was heading towards the center of Stinger's Aya. Seeing that there was no hopes of him being rescued, and Wenny decided that he would drag them down and make both sides suffer. But what could Blue Rain do? If they didn't give chase, and Wenny might actually be able to escape. Fortunately, Stinger didn't have a strong knockback like the previous two skills. It wouldn't be able to break apart the situation, but it would still deal some damage. In this final exchange, Happy had the upper hand. They were fully utilizing their home game advantage. Taking advantage of the yellow sand as cover, Happy was able to sneak in attack after attack. Blue Rain had just narrowly escaped twice, but there was nothing they could do about the final Stinger. Happy wasn't done yet with their harassment. After the Stinger and yellow sand baptism, a crack suddenly appeared in the air. With a rumbling sound, a death's door opened wide. Everyone in Blue Rain went white. Wei Chen was no longer there, which meant only Lord Grimm could have used this skill. A level 1 death's door had lower range and dealt less damage. Even so, its main threat laid in its ability to disrupt the situation. As a result, quite a few warlocks wouldn't bother leveling death's door too much. A few points in it was good enough. A level 1 death's door had a short range, but Ye Xiu had timed it perfectly. And Wenny seemed to have received a signal. His little cold hands was running for his life towards there. It looked as if he wanted to jump through the door. "Go away, immortal guides the way," Huang Xiaoshan shouted. This time it was Lu Hanwen that used the skill, forcefully blowing little cold hands away. Blue Rain gave chase as the black tendrils from Death's Door reached out for them. Luckily, it's only level 1. After escaping from Death's Door's range, Blue Rain felt incredibly relieved. But soon afterwards, the worst thing that could happen happened. Happy's 3 attackers were rushing over. Behind them was the corpse of Blue Rain's healer, Soul Speaker. In the end, Happy was able to eliminate Blue Rain's healer first, while Little Cold Hands still had 5% of his health left. The harassment from Happy had completely disrupted Blue Rain's attacks. However, one combo was enough to take out 5%. Blue Rain's 4 characters quickly chased after Little Cold Hands, ready to kill him regardless of anything else. An attack fell. A holy light suddenly surrounded Little Cold Hands. Holy Cure, a powerful instant heal. It had a very long cooldown, and Little Cold Hands had already used it not too long ago, so it couldn't have been ready yet. It was undoubtedly another annoyance by Lord Grimm. This time, he had added a heal to his myriad manifestations umbrella. It was only level 1, but it could not be ignored. Boom! Lord Grim was healing, but Dancing Rain and Boundless Sea were attacking. Launchers and Chi Masters did not lack Aya, and the Ayas were coming. Yu Wenzhou and Zhang Xuan were fine. As long-range classes, they didn't need to stick close to Little Cold Hands. But Huang Xiaoshan and Lu Hanwen needed to stay close to Little Cold Hands to do anything. Sima Cheng and Fang Rui knew this and took advantage of it, forcing the two to take damage. Even so, Little Cold Hands didn't have much health left. Ye Xiu's heal wasn't enough for one combo from Huang Xiaoshan's troubling rain. All it did was delay the inevitable. Finally, Little Cold Hands fell, and Blue Rain's players let out a sigh of relief. 4v3 without healers. It looked to be time for Blue Rain to launch a counterattack, but Kaio Yifen's 1-inch ash had quietly appeared from behind Blue Rain. With a chant, a ghost boundary was laid down, and without any pause or hesitation, 1-inch ash was like a phantom demon as he ferociously tore into Blue Rain. Ye Xiu, Fang Rui, and Sima Cheng immediately followed suit. 4v3. The 4v3 never happened. What perfect timing, Pan Lin exclaimed. Li Yibo was silent. Was it really a coincidence? Li Yibo was hesitant, but Yu Wenzhou was certain that it was. This was Happy's map. They had a clear understanding of the distance between this location and the support zone. They knew exactly how long it would take to complete a character trade, or for the sixth player to sub in after a death. It was a difference in timing. By the time Happy's sixth player arrived, Blue Rain's sixth player would have only just started. Blue Rain may have the numbers advantage, but if one of their characters wasn't there yet, the advantage was negated until he arrived. 4v4. It was a 4v4. And Happy had a fierce warrior in their midst. He seemed to have no regard for his own character's health. He rushed straight into the enemy lines and cut off Blue Rain's retreat. Then a pincer. Ye Xiu, Sima Cheng, and Fang Rui fought crazily too, completely disregarding their own characters, trading blow for blow. Blue Rain didn't want this sort of fight, but Happy had cut off their retreat and then focused them, giving Blue Rain no chance to maneuver around. If I'm going to die, then you might as well die with me. Steady. We can't. Defending required a healer to rely upon. If not, if one player met the focus of 4 enemies, run, block. None of those could completely deal with the situation. To do so required support from other players, which was the current situation. Blue Rain was now deeply entangled with Happy. If this continued, Happy might not have the upper hand though. A team competition wasn't like an individual competition, where whoever was attacking had the upper hand. In 4v4s, who was attacking and who was defending constantly fluctuated. Right now, it was a chaotic mess. No one was able to easily escape, but Happy had nothing after this, while Blue Rain had their 6th player coming. Happy had the step up the entire time, but was this going to be the end result? Both sides were suffering, but once Blue Rain's 6th player came, it would be a 5v4. He would just need to wave his hands, and wouldn't this match be over? No, this wasn't the case. At the final moment, Yu Wenzhou finally understood. Happy's plan for the team competition relied on their 2-point advantage from the group arena. Chapter 1426, Giving Out Candy. Chapter 1426, Giving Out Candy. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami. Yu Wenzhou didn't neglect their loss in group arena. It was just that from the start, Happy's arrangements never seemed to take advantage of this point. Even now, Yu Wenzhou wasn't sure whether Happy had planned this from the beginning, or if it had been an adjustment based on the flow of the team competition. Throughout the course of team competition, he had been trying to guess what Happy's goals were, but whenever he made a realization, he was always a half-beat too slow. This delay was fatal for him and Blue Rain. Blue Rain played reactively. A reactive playstyle required one to pinpoint the opponent's lifeline and then target it. It was through this style that Yu Wenzhou became a master tactician. He reacted quickly and thought through issues meticulously, allowing him to swiftly read the situation. Then he would grasp the opponent's goals and search out a way to destroy the opponent's strategy. However, Happy had carefully concealed their goals from the start. For a period of time, Blue Rain didn't even have knowledge of Happy's team composition. Huang Xiaoshan had been sent out to investigate, but he ended up trapped by Happy. The rest of Team Blue Rain was forced to be drawn out. This was their first mistake. However, Blue Rain had no choice but to make the mistake. At the time, the enemy plans weren't clear, and Yu Wenzhou had no plans to launch a counterattack. As a result, Blue Rain prepared to rescue Huang Xiaoshan and would make adjustments after doing so. But then, Happy started giving out candy. Wei Chen went in for a 1v2. This sort of ace player-reliant strategy was commonly used to create a balance on the ace player's end, while the other side of the battle established a numbers advantage. However, in this match, Wei Chen was at an absolute disadvantage in the 1v2, while the other side of the battle was still just a 3v3. Moreover, for Happy, it was a 3v3 without a healer. Happy was at a disadvantage in both sides of the battle. If Blue Rain couldn't grasp this opportunity, they would not be Blue Rain. Wei Chen's tenacity was unexpected, though. He had successfully stalled two players, causing Blue Rain's healer to overuse his mana to support Blue Rain's offense. In the end, Wei Chen's windward formation died. From this point, Blue Rain seemed to have grasped onto another opportunity, happily gaining a numbers advantage. They had also used this advantage. When Happy started relying on their healer in the 4v5, Blue Rain decisively targeted Happy's healer. At this moment, Happy gave Blue Rain another piece of candy. They actually abandoned their main pillar of support in the 4v5, their healer. Happy made a trade with Blue Rain. Both healers ended up as sacrifices. Although Happy had taken out Blue Rain's healer first, making it more difficult for Blue Rain to finish off their healer, no one would say that Happy had the upper hand. Up until Kaio Yifen's 1-inch ash arrived at the perfect time. It was beautiful usage of the difference in distance between the two teams' support zones. Blue Rain had less health overall too. If that was all, Happy still wouldn't have the advantage. However, once their group arena 2-point lead was taken into account, everything made sense. Why did Happy work so hard to establish an advantage for their healer and then abandon it all so quickly? Because their advantage didn't come from having more mana or having more players on their side. Yu Wenzhou understood everything now. Happy didn't want a direct confrontation, especially a 5v5 battle. The reason? Just like many of their matches in the regular season, they protected their healer. Yes, abandoning their healer was a form of protection. And Wenyi may have improved considerably, and his character may have been built just for him, but his capabilities still couldn't match the capabilities of the healers from powerhouse teams. The more complex the battle, the more unfavorable it was for Wenyi and Team Happy. As a result, they simply avoided it. They had no intentions of relying on their healer to win because their healer had never been their strength. They utilized this so-called advantage, constructing their plans around it. All of these plans came together to take advantage of their true strengths. No healer. Team Happy. Ye Xiu Su Macheng Fang Rui Kaio Yifen. Team Blue Rain. Yu Wenzhou Huang Xiaoshan Lu Hanwen Zheng Xuan. From the names, Happy's player roster stood shoulder to shoulder with Blue Rain's. As for characters, Lord Grimm's class itself was an advantage, let alone his full set of level 80 silver equipment. Dancing Rain and Boundless Sea were all-star characters. Their foundation was there. In terms of upgrading level 70 silver equipment to level 75, the powerhouse teams were no better than Happy. Happy took an even higher-end route. The amount of level 75 materials in their possession was no fewer than the amount of level 75 materials that the other teams had. In addition, these two also had level 80 silver equipment. Blue Rain's biggest advantage was their extra player. But Song Zio's receding tides was still heading over, so this advantage didn't exist right now. Hurry, hurry. The cameraman would focus on receding tides from time to time. He wasn't in the fight at the moment, but everyone knew that he was this match's deciding factor, especially for Blue Rain. Blue Rain was trying to stall until Song Zio arrived, but Happy understood their intentions. Happy wasn't going to play tactics with them. Their only goal was to attack regardless of anything else. Holy light would flash from time to time in this chaotic battle. Ye Xiu was still having his Lord Grim heal, but in this battle without healers, his bit of healing became all the more precious. It was especially loathsome to Blue Rain. The health on both sides could be depicted as downward slopes. Who would be the first to fall? Seeing where receding tides was located, everyone was certain of this point. Before he arrived, someone would certainly die. But who? From the remaining health on each character, Huang Xiaoshan's Troubling Rain had the lowest. Ever since he started his investigation at the beginning of the match, Huang Xiaoshan had never rested. He had constantly been in high-intensity fights. His Troubling Rain's health had never gone up. When Soul Speaker died, he had the lowest health on the team, and he was someone who needed to fight in close range, which naturally made him a target for Happy. No way to retreat. If Blue Rain could retreat, they would have certainly done so. Then they would convene with Song Zio, but Happy bit at them too tightly. If they tried to force a retreat and let Happy chase, they would only lose health needlessly. If things went poorly, their corpses might all that be left. All they could do was try to move the battle towards Song Zio. Persist. Everyone understood. They grit their teeth and bore the pain. The countless people in the crowd stood up anxiously. Happy looked to have the advantage in health, but it wasn't to the point of having no worries. A single mistake could turn everything around. Come on. None of the players on either team could sit still as they stood up and stared at the match screen. Troubling Rain, 6%. Who would be the first to fall? Huang Xiaoshan had pulled off several miracles this round. Could we see another one with just 6% of his health left? No one regarded Huang Xiaoshan as a dead man. As long as he stood on the field, he would always be the greatest threat. Sword's divine judgment. Troubling Rain suddenly activated his awakening skill. Huang Xiaoshan had waited a long time before using this skill. It was a skill that could open up the current situation. As long as there was an opportunity, Blue Rain would still choose to retreat to get closer to Song Zio. But, Qi Guard. Fang Rui's Boundless Sea raised both arms, forming a Qi Guard, shielding Lord Grim, Boundless Sea, and 1-inch Ash all at once. Suma Cheng's Dancing Rain was outside of the attack's range and wouldn't be affected by the wave of sword Qi. Ye Xiu's Lord Grim took advantage of the Qi Guard to complete a cast. Devil World Flower. A summoner skill was used, a level 1 Devil World Flower. It had low health and light attacks, but its functionality was comprehensive. Zheng Xuan's Bullet Rain immediately fired a blazing bullet. Lord Grim's Myriad Manifestations umbrella suddenly opened. Bang! The flames spread out from the impact between Blazing Bullet and the Myriad Manifestations umbrella. The Devil World Flower was unaffected, its vines extending out. Blue Rain was annoyed. It was such a critical moment, and now they had another target to worry about. Huang Xiaoshan's Troubling Rain leaped into the air, dodging the curling vines. His sword fell. With the buff from Sword's divine judgment, the swing was faster and more ferocious. Before he even landed, the Devil World Flower was cut into pieces. But Ye Xiu's Lord Grim was waiting for him. Circle swing. The Myriad Manifestations umbrella transformed into a spear and struck towards the sky. Troubling Rain hastily swung his sword to try and block it, but he was too late. The spear stabbed into Troubling Rain and instantly flung him down. Blue Rain's other team members immediately tried to save him, but Troubling Rain only had so much health left. How could Happy let him go? Kill. Troubling Rain became the first to fall. Happy's fans cheered, while Blue Rain's fans grit their teeth. Sigh, what a pity, Pan Lin sighed. He had high hopes for Huang Xiaoshan. He had expected him to perform one final explosive display, but in the end, all he ended up doing was trading his life for a Devil World flower. From the numbers, Huang Xiaoshan's hand speed seemed to have fallen. Li Yibo looked at player hand speed stats and said, "Ah, he was in a very tense situation throughout the entire match," Li Yibo said. Pan Lin let out a sigh. Although it was somewhat unfortunate, no one was a machine. Huang Xiaoshan hadn't had a single moment of rest. He had exhausted the most energy out of anyone else in the match. But Blue Rain seized this opportunity and took out quite a bit of Boundless Sea's health, Li Yibo said. Boundless Sea still has 11% health left. Happy has the 4v3 for a short period of time. Ah, Boundless Sea doesn't care about himself at all. Happy's focusing on Flowing Cloud, Pan Lin said. Chapter 1427 Countdown Chapter 1427 Countdown Translator Namyami Editor. Namyami dazzling light engulfed the battlefield, but soon afterwards a shadow flashed out. Lord Grim, target Bullet Rain. A change in target, Pan Lin asked. No, it's over. Li Yibo could see it clearer. Under the intensive focus fire from the enemies, a character without a retreat path and a healer had no way to survive too long. Life and death was only a matter of seconds. Fan Rui's Boundless Sea became the next player after Troubling Rain to depart from the battlefield. But Flowing Cloud was also on the verge of death. Ye Xiu didn't bother with this final blow, instead rushing out into the yellow sand towards Bullet Rain. Zheng Xuan's Bullet Rain and Yu Wenzhou's Suixar were long-ranged. Stalling for time was much easier for them. Team Blue Rain clearly planned on taking advantage of this point. After Troubling Rain and Flowing Cloud fell, the two had no reason to continue fighting. With a turn, they went to convene with Song Xiao. But Ye Xiu's pursuit was extremely fast. He had predicted ahead of time that the two would have an easier time running away once their close-ranged allies fell, so he chased after them before the time came. In the blink of an eye, a considerable distance between the two sides was erased. Zheng Xuan knew he had no chances of winning a foot race against Ye Xiu. His only choice was to kite. Bullet Rain fired a flash bullet, but Lord Grim responded with an open of his umbrella and dashed forward with a charge. Neither his movement speed nor his eyesight was affected. Zheng Xuan wanted to cry. That bastard was too annoying. He always made people feel helpless. Boom, 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 Bullet Rain fired all sorts of bullets. At this point, conserving his mana was pointless. The final outcome would be decided here. Ye Xiu's Lord Grim was more of a close-ranged fighter. After Troubling Rain, Boundless Sea, and Flowing Cloud fell, he had the lowest amount of health. 19%. Fuck, 20%. Lord Grim healed himself. With a blink, his health jumped to 20%. So fucking annoying. For someone like Zheng Xuan who had no fighting spirit, this was no better than torture. After Boundless Sea, Flowing Cloud finally fell at the hands of Caio Yifen's 1-inch ash. He and Suma Cheng did not immediately follow Ye Xiu's Lord Grim. Dancing Rain instead fired at Yu Wenzhou's Suixar. In reality, Suma Cheng had paid particularly close attention to Yu Wenzhou. A warlock's set of skills such as Chaotic Rain, Death's Door, Hexagram Prison, Binding Curse, were all control skills that could bring about destruction to this delicate situation. Suma Cheng gave up on a few opportunities to deal damage so that she could keep Yu Wenzhou's Suixar under control. Yu Wenzhou played intelligently too. Even if he could not find opportunities to use these disruptive skills, he used his very existence to attract a considerable amount of attention from Happy. Were it not for the threat of a warlock's control skills, the pace of the battle would have gone much faster. Right now, Suma Cheng was entirely focused on Suixar. Caio Yifen's 1-inch ash also rushed towards him. In this 3v2, Happy no longer focused on a single target, instead splitting up. But there's not enough time, is there? The long-ranged characters had started this battle with relatively more health than the close-ranged characters, and Song Xiao's receding tides was nearly there. The broadcast even put down a countdown to his arrival, 20 seconds. Blue Rain still had almost half their health left. It didn't seem possible to kill them all in this amount of time. There were less players on both sides, so their overall damage output was lower than before. 19, 18, 17. The countdown continued to tick. It no longer seemed possible to kill either of the two Blue Rain members at this point. What mattered now was how much health they would have left by the time receding tides arrived. If they only had a sliver of health, Happy could just ignore receding tides and finish off Bullet Rain and Swiksar for the win. 16, 15, 14. Ye Xiu's Lord Grim finally caught up to Bullet Rain, dodging the two attacks towards him. He grabbed Bullet Rain with a fling. Throw. The landing point was 1-inch Ash's double overlapping ghost boundaries. Weakened, frozen, Bullet Rain received 2 negative status effects as soon as he landed. Soon afterwards, a third ghost boundary appeared blind. Bullet Rain was in trouble. Everyone could see it. The happy fans cheered excitedly. Ye Xiu's Lord Grim dashed towards Bullet Rain. As he moved, his myriad manifestations umbrella fired towards Yu Wenzhou, forming a pincer with Sima Cheng. They were originally best partners with a spear and cannon combo, but their dual gun synergy was no worse. The attacks from both sides multiplied the pressure on Yu Wenzhou. Bang! Swiksar was hit by Lord Grim's stun bullet. Sima Cheng's dancing rain completed a movement at just the right time. Electricity crackled into a ball and shot out. The X1 extruder sucked in Swiksar towards 1-inch Ash's ghost boundary. 10, 9, 8, 7. Only 10 seconds were left. Kaio Yifen's 1-inch Ash was struggling to keep Bullet Rain locked into the formation. Fortunately, Ye Xiu's Lord Grim arrived just in time to give him a helping hand. 6, 5, 4, 3. Song Xiao's receding tides could already be seen, his figure getting closer and closer. There was no need to count down to 0. Receding tides was a Chi Master, and Chi Masters didn't need to get close to attack. Sky-piercing strike. Receding tides sent out an attack. Rippling Chi fired from his 2 palms, lifting up yellow sand into the air. Like a yellow dragon, it crashed into the battlefield. The characters unhappy within its attack range hastily moved aside, but at this moment, Kaio Yifen's 1-inch Ash burst apart his ghost boundaries. Ghost Feast. The power of the ghost gods were like demonic shadows. Along with the yellow sand scattered by the sky-piercing strike and the desolate atmosphere of the ancient ruins, a sense of eeriness could be felt. Ghost Feast dealt enormous damage, but because of the limited amount of time Kaio Yifen had, there weren't a lot of ghost boundaries placed down yet. Song Xiao's receding tides invaded like a storm. At full health, he didn't care about what damage he took. He could quickly break open the situation through force. As a result, Kaio Yifen didn't dare delay and immediately used the skill while he still had the chance. Boom! Dancing Rain started aiming at receding tides, but Song Xiao ignored the damage and continued his charge forward. His character leaped into the air landmine quake. Another Aya rumbled over. Yellow sand rose again. Void Sand Sea had no wind, but the skills from the characters lifted up the sand like a strong storm. Everything always seemed to be wrapped up in sand. Kill. Happy did not choose to retreat. They surrounded Swiksar and Bullet Rain and attacked ferociously. The landmine quake knocked Lord Grim into the air, but with a quick recover, Lord Grim immediately got up and continued attacking. Lord Grim's health, 6%. The hearts of Happy's fans tightened. Ye Xiu's Lord Grim was extremely important. The stickiness of melee characters were a characteristic that long-ranged classes could not replace. Kyo Yifen's 1-inch ash was a phantom demon and didn't count as a true melee class. If Ye Xiu's Lord Grim fell, Blue Rain would have 3 mid to long-range classes. Blue Rain could just pull apart and Suma Cheng and Kyo Yifen would have a difficult time grabbing onto them. Blue Rain understood this point. Whenever they had a chance, they would focus on Lord Grim. 6% health. A single combo from any of them would be enough to send him off. Spiral Chi Kill, Claw of Darkness, Electric Grenade. Blue Rain's 3 players launched attacks towards Lord Grim from 3 angles. But all of them missed. Lord Grim was like a demon. He switched between several movement skills, switching directions 3 times within a small gap. All 3 skills hit nothing but air. Then he turned around and counterattacked. Everyone in the stadium went crazy. What was a god? What was a core player? This was the embodiment of one. Had there been an opening in Blue Rain's attacks? There didn't seem to be one, but through extraordinary intuition and control, he dodged a series of attacks that shouldn't be able to be dodged. Yu Wenzhou and Zhang Xuan wanted to pull away, but Lord Grim was right beside them. They had no way of escaping. 1-inch Ash's ghost boundary fell again. Not only did their attacks fail to land on Lord Grim, they gave 1-inch Ash an opportunity to cast a ghost boundary. This was the value behind a top player. The openings that they could create weren't ones just anyone could achieve. Ghost fire blazed inside the flame boundary as if trying to refine Swiksar and Bullet Rain. Suma Cheng's dancing rain provided assistance with her artillery fire. Song Zio was in a difficult situation. He was the healthy general leading the charge, yet he still hadn't broken open the situation. He was also extremely nervous. Lord Grim was key. Only 6% health left. A flash burst or a Qigong blast was enough. Focusing on a single target was to prevent any mistakes. However, their attempt to prevent mistakes backfired. Lord Grim slipped out, and Happy was able to latch onto Blue Rain's 2 long-ranged classes. Flash burst. Song Zio didn't think too much. Even if he couldn't kill Lord Grim, he had to at least force him away. That would give his 2 allies some space to maneuver. Receding Tides threw everything aside and stepped into 1-inch Ash's flame boundary. He took the damage from Ghost Fire and fired an attack at Lord Grim. Lord Grim dodged to the side. Yu Wenzhou and Zhang Xuan seized this opportunity and pulled apart, one to the left, the other to the right. But Lord Grim waved his sleeves. Shadow Cloak, Swiksar and Bullet Rain were suddenly grabbed back. However, Chi burst. Receding Tides followed up with another attack, seizing the opening that appeared when Lord Grim used his skill. Lord Grim's health instantly turned to 0, but then a satellite beam descended. Lord Grim's final move had bound Swiksar and Bullet Rain together. This satellite beam had hit both characters. Is it over? Amidst the shining light, the health on both characters rapidly fell, stopping at single-digit percentages. Kyo Yifen's 1-inch Ash sent out several slashes, successfully killing Swiksar. Although he wasn't able to take down Receding Tides at this point, victory was already theirs. With the little health Zhang Xuan's Bullet Rain had left, Happy's remaining 2 characters ignored Song Zio and finished him off. No matter how much damage they took, they didn't care. Song Zio could be completely disregarded. It didn't matter how perfect of a condition Receding Tides was in. Chapter 1428, Victory. Chapter 1428, Victory. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami. Victory has already been decided. In the first round of the playoffs, Happy takes their home game win. The match wasn't truly over yet, but Pan Lin gave the announcement anyways. Happy had won 5 points in the group arena and had won 5 points in the team competition so far, for a total of 10 points. As for Blue Rain, they had only won 3 points in the group arena. To win or tie the first round, they would have needed to not only win the team competition, but win it with at least 2 players left. Unfortunately, they failed to achieve this goal. With Bullet Rain down, Blue Rain had lost 5 players. Even if Song Zio took down Suma Cheng and Kaio Yifan, it was impossible for Team Blue Rain to win this round's team competition. "Coach Li, how about you give a rundown of this match?" Pan Lin asked. "This match, how can I say it?" Li Yibo pondered. Team Happy had completely grasped Team Blue Rain's tactical traits, limiting Team Blue Rain's performance by a considerable degree. We can see that the 2 opportunities seized by Team Blue Rain had actually been intentionally prepared by Team Happy. But you can't say it was entirely a trap. Those opportunities were indeed good opportunities for Team Blue Rain. It was just that they were met with hindrance during their execution and could not reach the desired outcome. "Such as Wei Chen stalling Yu Wenzhou and Lu Hanwen," Pan Lin said. "Yes, Happy's strategy was actually very ambitious. It required an old general who had left the pro scene 7 years ago and only just returned to contend with Lu Hanwen and Yu Wenzhou, 2 all-stars. Let's think about it for a moment. If Wei Chen's windward formation had been killed earlier, or if he failed to stall both players, the match may have ended completely differently," Li Yibo said. "If those imaginary situations really had happened, perhaps Happy might have countermeasures in place," Pan Lin said. "This we don't know. If I had to guess, I'd say probably. After all, it was a rather risky strategy," Li Yibo said. "Oh, the match is now officially over. As expected, even though Song Zio was in a 1v2, he came into the fight much healthier than Happy's 2 players. In the end, he was able to win the 1v2, but it no longer has any effect on the final outcome of today's match," Pan Lin said. "From the data we have on the team competition, Blue Rain had the advantage. After all, the team competition was their win. Unfortunately, if you look at the round as a whole, they lost," Li Yibo said. The 2 teams walked out of their player booths. The 2 teams met in the center and shook hands. Compared to the start of the match, the mood on both teams were now 2 extremes. "You played very well. Thanks for the match," Yu Wenzhou maintained his calm. "You played so-so," Ye Xiu wasn't polite at all. "We'll see you next round," Yu Wenzhou said. If he were anyone else, it might sound like there was a hint of vengeance in his words, but coming from Yu Wenzhou, these words just sounded like he was stating a fact. "Next, Huang Xiaoshan." "Ha ha ha ha," Ye Xiu only laughed. "What are you so happy about?" "You just barely won," Huang Xiaoshan remarked disdainfully. "The championships are won by just a narrow margin," Ye Xiu said. "Leave it for after you beat us," Huang Xiaoshan said. "That's next round's business," Ye Xiu expressed dully. The teams passed by each other 1 player at a time. The 2 sides had simple exchanges. The winners weren't arrogant and the losers weren't downcast. Happy's last player as their 6th player, Wei Chen. He shined the brightest in the team competition, doing what people considered impossible. "Are you convinced?" Wei Chen shook Yu Wenzhou's hands. "I've always been convinced," Yu Wenzhou smiled. "Are you scared?" Wei Chen asked Huang Xiaoshan. "What's there to be scared of?" Huang Xiaoshan rolled his eyes. He had respect and gratitude towards Wei Chen from the bottom of his heart, but in terms of their interactions, there was no way he could be serious with him. "Little demon, now you know the might of your senior." Lu Hanwen was 3rd in line. He was still going through puberty and his voice hadn't deepened yet. He was shorter than the other players by a head. Wei Chen rubbed his head instead of shaking his hands. "Amazing," Lu Hanwen nodded his head. "Let's see who'll win next time, senior." "Little bastard," Wei Chen cursed inwardly. He obviously knew that if he had to fight Lu Hanwen several times, he would definitely lose more than he won. In today's match, from a PvP perspective, he had been killed by Yu Wenzhou and Lu Hanwen. He had done what he had hoped to accomplish. He had achieved his goal, so he had succeeded, but in terms of winning, let alone him, the team competition had been won by Team Blue Rain. The final outcome was a difficult problem for the Alliance. They weren't sure who to give the MVP award to. Team Blue Rain had won the team competition, but Team Happy had won the overall round. From the overall flow of the team competition, it could be seen that Happy had no intentions of winning. Their goal was to win as many points as possible in the team competition. From this perspective, Happy had been more successful in the team competition. They had achieved what they wanted. However, how could they ignore the actual outcome? From pure numbers, Huang Xiaoshan was excellent in the team competition. Whether it was the damage he took or the damage he dealt, he was number one in both categories. His contribution in the team competition was obvious. However, the first problem was that Happy had reached their goal in the team competition, and the second problem was that Huang Xiaoshan's troubling rain had half his health knocked away by a tree in the group arena. No matter how it was spun, that should be considered a big mistake. As for Happy's players, Wei Chen's performance in the team competition had been astonishing, being the decisive factor there. However, he had died early in the match. There were many other deciding factors later that he wasn't a part of. He also didn't appear in the group arena. For the group arena, Happy's Mo Fan performed spectacularly, but he didn't participate in the more important team competition. As a result, the two sides had their pros and cons. In the end, the MVP award was given to Ye Xiu. Ye Xiu had completed a 1v2 in the group arena 2. It was just that Mo Fan being a rookie beating Huang Xiaoshan to complete a 1v2 made his performance more eye-catching. In the team competition, Ye Xiu wasn't as stunning as Wei Chen, but he had been the deciding factor in multiple crucial moments. Maybe we're just too used to Ye Xiu's amazing performances, so we always forget about him. In one of the reports for this match, Ye Xiu had been described as the MVP who won the award without batting an eye. This round's performance didn't garner Happy too much praise. In the next day's Esports Weekly, Happy's victory was described as a successful exploitation of the new competitive format. This comment came about mostly because Happy had exposed their intentions in the team competition, revealing that they would win the overall match through points. The team competition had always been the most important part of a match. Happy had lost the team competition, yet still won the overall round, which was quite unusual to many people. The new competitive format had been used in Season 9's playoffs as well, but it was the first time this sort of situation had occurred. In the home game, they took advantage of their group arena fluke to win the overall round, but in the following two away games, does Happy have enough courage and enough confidence to face them? Another report commented in this way. The group arena win was regarded as a fluke, obviously because of Huang Xiaoshan's troubling rain losing half his health from a tree. This sort of situation would obviously be treated as an accident. Happy's win had been built upon this fluke. Next, two away games, this seemingly normal statement was actually filled with malice. As long as Happy won the next match, this first round would be over. But the report stated two away games, indicating that Happy would certainly lose the following one. The Happy haters found quite a bit to talk about because of this match. But before Happy's next round began, the next day's first round fourth match came knocking down. In the fourth match, Tiny Herb played against Thunderclap, winning 10-9. In addition, the point distribution for this match was identical to the point distribution for the Happy vs. Blue Rain match. Tiny Herb won the group arena 5-3, but lost the team competition 5-6. However, the total points tallied to 10-9, Tiny Herb's win. Was it on purpose? Was it by luck? No one knew. The discussion point was the same for two matches. The results were the same, but the responses were different. It was easy to think that the evaluations were unfair. In the numerous reports, Happy's match against Blue Rain was pulled out, comparing the differences between the two matches to explain that despite the same outcome, Happy's had been intentional, while Tiny Herb's had not been. In the group arena, Tiny Herb earned a tremendous win, and it was not through luck. In the team competition, The home game Thunderclap played powerfully, but Tiny Herb didn't rely on their group arena advantage. Instead, an intense confrontation between the two teams unfolded. In the end, the 5 points obtained was a result of their intent to win. The goals and attitudes that the two teams displayed are conclusive. The evaluation of Tiny Herb and Thunderclap became a comparison between Happy and Tiny Herb. The reports were scared that if they didn't explain their thoughts clearly enough, their reputation would be damaged. Chapter 1429. Two teams eliminated. Chapter 1429. Two teams eliminated. Translator. Namiyami editor. Namiyami, whether or not it was intentional, was a topic that could be discussed for an entire week if the match had occurred during the regular season. But the tempo of the playoffs didn't give anyone a break to consider such topics. With the high frequency of one match being played each day, it was almost too much for the spectators to take in, with each match leaving a different impression on them. Whether or not winning through the group arena was intentional was already an outdated topic. At this point, it was already the first match of the second round. In their home stadium, Team Samsara would face off against Team 100 Blossoms. Having already lost one home game, 100 Blossoms already had no path of retreat. But even facing off against Samsara, the most dominant team in the season, the team aiming for 3 consecutive championships, 100 Blossoms didn't show any sign of fear. Under Yu Feng's command, 100 Blossoms took the initiative to go on the offensive against Samsara in their away game. In the group arena, both teams fought fiercely, going back and forth, with each side eliminating the opposing players quickly. Neither side was able to secure a significant lead, but in the end, Samsara still won the group arena with a score of 5-4. Just like this, Team 100 Blossoms entered the life-or-death team competition with a 1-point disadvantage. They didn't play conservatively, only taking the necessary precautions when playing an away game. Even in their position, one step away from elimination, 100 Blossoms continued to take the initiative to the best of their abilities. In the last round of the regular season, 100 Blossoms had also faced off against Samsara. It had also been their away game, and they had also been on the precipice of elimination. But relying on their tenacious determination, they played to the best of their abilities, seizing 1 point after another. At the end of the day, it was a 1-point advantage that had secured them a spot in the playoffs. But even in that round, in the team competition that followed afterwards, 100 Blossoms had also tried their very best, but ultimately lost. In the first round of the playoffs, 100 Blossoms had personally experienced Samsara's different temperament when it came to the playoffs. Winning 2 championships had given them a great deal of self-confidence. This allowed them to put on a steady and calm performance in the playoffs. In this manner, they unflinchingly withstood the great waves from 100 Blossoms in their home game, defeating them and letting Team 100 Blossoms clearly understand the difference in strength between the two teams. Faced with this steady and stable playstyle, 100 Blossoms had little chance of winning. Samsara's stability meant that everyone could hardly imagine them making any fatal mistakes that would lead to their defeat. That night, the players of 100 Blossoms felt somewhat depressed. Facing off against what seemed to be an unbeatable opponent had dampened their spirits. But after one night, everyone from 100 Blossoms had readjusted their state of mind. If they already felt as if victory was nigh unachievable, what else was there to fear? They would throw caution to the wind, play an exciting match, and that would be it. Yu Feng could feel this kind of an atmosphere throughout the team. So in this crucial away game, they simply put aside their reservations, allowing everyone to put their all into this battle. Victory, defeat. Forget about such matters for the time being. On the most cutthroat stage of the playoffs against the strongest team, let's see what we can achieve. The team competition showcased an even more brilliant back and forth than the group arena. Every single member of 100 Blossoms put on their best performance, with each player having their own outstanding moments. Nevertheless, the team that achieved victory at the end of the day was still Team Samsara. Team 100 Blossoms had been eliminated, but after this loss, Yu Feng could see unwillingness and vexation on the faces of all the members of 100 Blossoms. If only my deployment of the Devil World flowers hadn't been disrupted. The summoner, Zhu Xiaoping, slapped his leg as he lamented, unresigned. It's my fault. If only I had given you the proper covering fire at that time then, Zhu Yuan said. If only that sneak attack of mine had succeeded then, Zhou Guangyi, their assassin, said. One match had left them with too many if only s. At this time, these hypothetical scenarios actually symbolized hope for Team 100 Blossoms, because they would have opportunities and circumstances to turn those hypotheticals into reality. Next year we will return once more, Yu Feng said. Once more. Zhu Xiaoping didn't slap his leg, instead clenching his fists tightly. Once more. Everyone in 100 Blossoms solemnly nodded their heads. After desperately killing their way into the playoffs, 2 matches in the first round had spelt the end of their journey through the playoffs. They were regretful, they were unresigned. But Yu Feng felt that these were exactly what they had gained. Because they were regretful, because they were unresigned, they would have more motivation. If the only thing they felt was despair from losing against a strong opponent, how would this team ever have the courage or confidence to fight once more? Having such a competition, having such a group of teammates, it was really too great. Yu Feng thought of this, feeling that he would definitely have incomparably bright prospects in the near future. Team Samsara advanced into the top 4, taking a solid step towards their goal of winning 3 consecutive championships. In the various reports the next day, they naturally still sang the praises of the victor. 2 rounds, 2 group arenas, 2 team competitions, and Samsara had won them all, indisputably seizing victory in their opening round. For them, aside from words of flattery and praise, there really wasn't much else to say. Samsara's greatest enemy may only be a feeling called arrogance, one report said. Immediately, the question of which team could possibly snipe Samsara's 3 consecutive championships became a topic of discussion. Just like the question of who could stop their consecutive victories in the regular season, it quickly became a hot topic of discussion amongst everyone. The team that had put an end to Samsara's record of consecutive victories, 100 Blossoms, had already been personally sent out of the playoffs by Samsara. Then, would there be another team that would say goodbye to the playoffs next? In the first round of the playoffs, in their second game, Team Tyranny would face off in their home stadium against Team 301. In their previous home game, Team 301 had lost miserably. Everyone could see that in the more cautious environment of the playoffs, Team 301's help from abroad, who had only been part of the team for half a season, was increasingly unable to create opportunities for his team. What's more, their opponents were Team Tyranny, home to a number of old generals who had incomparable levels of experience. On top of that, they had an extremely cautious tactician, Zhang Xinji, along with the fact that Team Tyranny's current playstyle was no longer their old, hyper-aggressive style, instead focusing on defense. All these factors greatly restricted Team 301's ability to execute their game plan. What was originally a dark horse that countless people had thought highly of was now the team with the most disappointing performance in the playoffs. In the first match, it had been as such, and in this match it was the same. Compared to their first match, 301's only improvement was taking 1 more point for themselves. Your tactics aren't bad, go back and keep working hard. When the players were shaking hands after the match, Zhang Xinji said this to Team 301's foreign help by Shu. Ridicule, contempt. Bai Shu obviously didn't have a sufficient understanding of Zhang Xinji, completely misunderstanding the intention behind Zhang Xinji's words. Actually, it had to be understood that Zhang Xinji's words were always very simple, so what he had meant was just the most simple and direct interpretation of those words. On the other hand, Bai Shu's thought process wasn't as uncomplicated. Because they had suffered defeat, because the tactics that he had brought weren't able to be fully put to use, Zhang Xinji's praise, saying that his tactics weren't bad after the match sounded exceedingly ear-piercing to him. Bai Shu wasn't too happy, preparing to retort sarcastically. Trash talk was, after all, a global language. Thank you for your advice. Before he could open his mouth, the person standing in front of him, Team 301's captain, Yang Kong, had cut in, replying to Zhang Xinji in his place. Obviously, Yang Kong clearly understood Zhang Xinji's personality, and at the same time, he also foresaw that Bai Shu, who didn't really understand Zhang Xinji, might have a negative reaction to his words, so he had quickly intervened. Bai Shu was stunned for a moment, but he didn't say anything, deferring to Yang Kong's attitude and quietly finishing the post-match formalities. It was only when they had returned to their club that Yang Kong explained to Bai Shu that Zhang Xinji's words were utterly devoid of ridicule. Instead, he was simply stating the facts. Continue to work hard. Yang Kong patted Bai Shu on the shoulder. Bai Shu lowered his head, spending some time in deep contemplation, but he also realized that with only half a year to fit into the team, his tactics were indeed lacking in many aspects. After using them for half the regular season, they were no longer surprising to the rest of the teams in the alliance, and in the cutthroat environment of the playoffs, it was inevitable that he would hit a wall. Continue to work hard. Bai Shu raised his head, replying to Yang Kong, his eyes filled with determination. Yang Kong laughed. As a player who had debuted in the third season, he didn't have much time left in his professional career. Being the core, or the main force, such roles would gradually leave him. If he stubbornly refused to budge, it would instead burden his entire team. Yang Kong would no longer be able to build 301's future. The person in front of him, Bai Shu, he was the one who would have to shoulder the burden of 301's future. In Yang Kong's eyes, Bai Shu was a talented player, worthy of being entrusted with such a role. He was quite happy that his team was able to dig out such an outstanding player from the pro scene overseas. Outside of the Glory Alliance, how many Glory experts were there that they had never seen and never played against? Yang Kong couldn't help thinking about this. If he had the chance, he really wanted to experience it firsthand. As Yang Kong thought about this, he felt a sense of melancholy. Whether or not he would still have such a chance was something that he couldn't be sure about. Team 301 became the second team to be eliminated from the playoffs. And Team Tyranny, who had been underestimated throughout the regular season, now looked like they had gathered themselves once more in the playoffs. In front of Tyranny, 301, who had been a headache for countless teams in the second half of the regular season, had instead been battered and bruised. This was Team Tyranny's real strength. Many articles ran such a tagline. Real strength. These two words would always make people feel deeply moved. After the end of the first round, Team Tyranny's popularity rating increased by an incredible amount. Many people had already begun to predict that the two teams vying for the championship in the end would still be Tyranny and Samsara. In the news, aside from discussion of the match between Tyranny and 301 from the night before, there were also predictions and opinions on the match that would happen that night. Happy's away game against Blue Rain. 3 days after their first match, these two teams would face off once again. The Happy haters flocked out of their holes, wanting to see if Happy, who had fought such an arduous and utilitarian battle in the first match in order to win, would be able to make any waves in their away game. In Blue Rain's home game, there shouldn't be any big tree blessing Happy anymore, right? The tree falling on troubling Rain still remained as the most eye-catching moment of the first match. Happy's haters especially liked to use this as an example to explain that Happy's victory had been a fluke, something purely based on luck. It was a pity that no matter how many times they brought it up, Happy didn't feel anything much, but instead, Huang Xiaoshan was gnashing his teeth, viciously cursing this group of Happy haters hundreds of times. "That smelly brat, it's best that he doesn't run into me," Huang Xiaoshan repeated many times over these 3 days. The smelly brat naturally was referring to Mo Fan, but not running into him meant quite the opposite. Huang Xiaoshan couldn't wait to run into Mo Fan again. Chapter 1430, Blue Rain Starting Player. Chapter 1430. Blue Rain Starting Player. Translator. Namyumi Editor. Namyumi. With the second match, it was Happy's turn to play the away game. The day before, they flew over to Blue Rain's home city, City G. A night of rest allowed them to recover from the fatigue of travel. That morning, they warmed up in the temporary training room specifically for away teams. In the afternoon, there weren't any group activities, so everyone found their own ways to get into condition. When it was about time, they would go over to the stadium together to familiarize themselves with the surroundings, and soon after that, tonight's match would be upon them. After lunch, everyone returned to their own rooms to take a break. Wei Chen, smoking, stood by the hotel room window and absently stared outside. "Isn't this already your second time here? And the second time you've stayed here?" "What's with the sad face?" Ye Xiu said from the side. Like their place in Upper Forest Park, he and Wei Chen were rooming together. "Last time we came, I don't think I went to visit the team," Wei Chen said. "You want to visit?" Ye Xiu asked. He knew that by team, Wei Chen was referring to Team Blue Rain. "Before, not really, but after last match, I suddenly kind of want to," said Wei Chen. "I understand," Ye Xiu said, nodding. "You understand?" Surprised, Wei Chen turned to look at him. "Last match was a struggle for you, so now you need to go in front of those guys and aggressively show off," said Ye Xiu, with a face of sympathy. "Oh, fuck off," Wei Chen said snappily. "If you want to go, then just go. Do you really need to waver over something as small as this?" After that, Ye Xiu didn't pay him any more mind. He went to go take a nap to rest up. Wei Chen stood by the window and continued to waver for quite a while. In the end, he made up his mind, firmly finished and extinguished his cigarette and left. Ye Xiu slept for the entire afternoon. By the time he woke up, Chen Guo was already calling everyone to head over to the stadium together to familiarize themselves with it. By this time, Wei Chen had already returned and was acting as though nothing was up. Had he gone? Ye Xiu didn't ask, nor did he say anything about it. After Happy assembled, everyone left the hotel together and arrived at Blue Rain Stadium, Xiaochuan Stadium. Last time it had been somewhat unfamiliar, but this was now their second time here. Following the workers, Happy filed into the stadium. All of the facilities needed for the match were already prepared, and Happy's members were simply wandering around, imagining the atmosphere that this place would have in a few hours. They would often do this during the regular season as well, so everyone was used to it. No one could say for sure whether it was useful, but because everyone did this, there wouldn't be any downside. "You're here." As Happy was aimlessly hanging around, they suddenly heard someone greeting them. When they turned, they saw Blue Rain's Captain Yu Wenzhou. He was just by himself, calmly standing to the side and looking at the entire team happy. The greeting had sounded less like an opponent and more like a host welcoming some guests. "Yeah, we're here," Ye Xiu answered for Happy. "Good luck with your preparations." Yu Wenzhou dipped his head and didn't bother them any further, leaving them to their devices. "What was that for?" Chen Guo asked Ye Xiu. The home team players generally wouldn't come to familiarize themselves with the stadium beforehand. Of course, a few players had their own unique habits, but it didn't seem that Yu Wenzhou had been exposed for having any such special habits. "Who knows," said Ye Xiu, watching Yu Wenzhou depart. "Just casually wandering around, probably." The next time they saw Blue Rain's current captain, it was already night time, right before the match's start. The two teams were lined up in the player passageway, waiting to enter. "Work hard. Good luck." The two captains at the front of the two lines represented their teams as they encouraged each other. The air actually seemed quite harmonious. After that, the teams entered the stadium as normal, nothing out of the ordinary. But because Blue Rain had lost the previous match, they had to win today's match no matter what. As soon as the players entered, Blue Rain's home fans erupted. In order to cheer on their team today, special preparations had been made on Blue Rain's side. Guild leader Changing Spring had specifically recruited helpers and arranged everyone in all corners of the stadium. This let the devoted fans act like a train, driving up the spirits of the whole stadium. And Changing Spring himself was sitting in the east seating section, directly across from the west. On the west side was the section reserved for the away team fans, while the east side had Blue Rain's diehard fans. Over here, they were directly opposite the away team fans, and could easily engage in contests with them. With the explosion from the Blue Rain fans, the happy fans on the west section weren't about to be outdone. Even though there was no way for them to get the upper hand due to their inferior numbers, they would certainly let the opponent recognize their presence. The fan squad following Happy for the playoffs had been personally organized by Wu Chen. Right now, the west seating area included Thousand Creations, Horse Shooter, Seven Fields, Sleeping Moon, these players who were the backbone of Guild Happy. Everyone had made thorough preparations with sophisticated equipment, all sorts of eye-catching noisemakers that swiftly began to disrupt the home crowd's cheering. Wow, the players have only just entered the stadium, and the fans on both sides are already going at each other. It looks like today's match is going to be exceptionally exciting, said the broadcast commentator Pan Lin, feeling the atmosphere in the stadium. Blue Rain has no more path of retreat. They're going to have to give their all in this match, said Li Yibo. But Happy won their last match by only a narrow margin. Blue Rain isn't under too much pressure, right? Pan Lin said. Well, a team should never let themselves feel too much pressure. But if they let down their guard because Happy only won narrowly, then that attitude would be very bad for them. I trust that Blue Rain would not do such a thing. Whether a narrow or a big victory, Blue Rain's situation right now would be the same, said Li Yibo. You're right. Right now, the players from both teams have already arrived at their own competitor booths, and the match will start soon. For the group arena, Happy will probably send Ye Xiu up first again, right? Then on the home side, who will Blue Rain send up to deal with Ye Xiu? The win or loss of this first point can have a big impact on the morale of both sides, said Pan Lin. But they also have to be careful. What if Happy doesn't send Ye Xiu first? Then whatever plans Blue Rain makes to deal with him might come to nothing, and it'll hurt their own rhythm, said Li Yibo. Then what should Blue Rain do? Pan Lin said. There isn't a perfect way to deal with this, so let's just see what they do. This is the pressure exerted by a top-tier player, said Li Yibo. All right, let us wait and see. Will Happy continue to send Ye Xiu on stage first? And what kind of response will Blue Rain make? Right now, there are still 5 minutes until the match officially begins, said Pan Lin. The 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The judge came to call for them, and the two teams began to send their players on stage. Ye Xiu, as it turns out, it's still Ye Xiu, Pan Lin shouted. On Happy's side, Ye Xiu had already stood up. What about Blue Rain? Who will Blue Rain send up to battle? Pan Lin looked at Blue Rain's side but still didn't find his answer. But at this moment the digital screen in the stadium displayed the names. Happy, Ye Xiu, Lord Grim. Blue Rain, Yu Wenzhou Shuixar. It was as though the broadcast froze, entering 5 seconds of dead silence. Pan Lin's mouth had fallen open. For a long time he was unable to say anything. In the stadium too, when the names came out, it went completely quiet. Yu Wenzhou. Pan Lin double-checked the words on the screen, and then took another look at Blue Rain's player area, where Yu Wenzhou was already walking toward the stage. Yes, it was Yu Wenzhou. In reality, when Ye Xiu had stood up, Yu Wenzhou had also already stood up on Blue Rain's side, and when Pan Lin had checked the screen, he had seen that. But he never would have thought that Yu Wenzhou was the player that Blue Rain was sending out. He had subconsciously thought that he'd stood up to let another player pass by, or maybe as the captain he was giving some last reminder to the player about to go on stage. Who would have thought that this was Yu Wenzhou himself about to head on stage? Yu Wenzhou was about to 1v1. 5 seconds of silence, a stammered announcement of Yu Wenzhou's name, and then another 5 seconds of silence. Finally, Pan Lin recovered for good and began yelling with disbelief in his voice. Yu Wenzhou. It's actually Yu Wenzhou. Blue Rain's first player in the group arena, the player facing off against Ye Xiu, is actually Yu Wenzhou. Coach Li. At the end, Pan Lin called for Li Yibo. Such a big thing happening, you hurry up and say a few words. This is indeed an extremely unexpected arrangement. Li Yibo forced himself to remain calm. He couldn't allow himself to be as passionate or volatile as Pan Lin. He had to display how much more of a refined person he was. Yu Wenzhou. I don't even remember the last time he appeared in a 1v1, said Li Yibo. Today he's suddenly going on stage. This is probably a tactic specifically targeted toward happy sending Ye Xiu first, said Pan Lin. I would think so. Has Yu Wenzhou found the secret to dealing with the unspecialized Lord Grimm, said Pan Lin. There probably isn't any such secret, right, said Li Yibo. Then what's he thinking, said Pan Lin. Li Yibo couldn't answer that question, and so he didn't. Yu Wenzhou, who hadn't played an individual match in who knows how long, today wanted to challenge Ye Xiu. Challenge this season's king of dueling. The unspecialized Lord Grimm, who had been an incomparable headache for countless players. They hadn't even finished processing this reality by the time the two characters had already finished loading in, and the round officially began. The battle's starting. Right now the battle's starting. Happy's Ye Xiu against Blue Rain's Yu Wenzhou. This is a matchup in a group arena. I don't think I need to describe just how unusual this confrontation is, Pan Lin shouted. Hey! At this time the two players entering the battle had already begun conversation in the chat. The first one to speak was Ye Xiu. You're really too bold, aren't you? Ye Xiu said. I'm giving it a try, said Yu Wenzhou. If you end up winning this, no one in the pro circle will have any face left. This season's king of dueling finally taken down, and it's by you. Ye Xiu said. Don't rule out that possibility, said Yu Wenzhou. How's your hand speed right now? Can you reach 200? Ye Xiu said. So, Yu Wenzhou answered. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com Chapter 1431, Misty Thicket Chapter 1431, Misty Thicket Translator, Namyami Editor. Namyami Yu Wenzhou had been in the scene for all these years, and his hand speed was on record. His hand speed wasn't a secret any longer, everyone knew. As a rival, there was no way he wouldn't have checked these statistics, so Ye Xiu's question was clearly a taunt. A hand speed of 200 was, in general, seen as the boundary between pros and casual players. Of course, this 200 referred to effective appum, not button mashing. Yu Wenzhou's status as a hand cripple was judged according to pro player standards. Pro players nowadays could easily reach 300-400 on average. Yu Wenzhou could only get past 200 with great effort, and usually averaged below 200. It was no wonder no one thought he could last in the beginning. He was completely different from the pros around him with their terrifying hand speed. However, normal players didn't have any right to mock him for it. Normal players' effective appum generally drifted around 100. Those that went above 120 aiming for 200 were experts. Glory was a very complex game. There were plenty of fast people, but those who were able to fully utilize this speed in game were rare. Yu Wenzhou's effective hand speed was usually approaching 200. In other words, his hand speed was the same as the experts among casual players. Yet, he managed to become a pro player with this speed, a member of the Golden Generation, an all-star player, master tactician. The captain of a powerhouse team like Blue Rain. Yu Wenzhou was very inspirational. His achievements became proof for many players without much talent and hand speed that they could achieve as well. Unfortunately, it had to be said that they were sorely mistaken. They had been delighted, finding a common point between them and this god, but that point was a flaw. The flaw itself didn't mean anything. Yu Wenzhou's current heights was in no way related to his flaw, but instead because of the efforts he had placed into and the talents he had in other areas to make up for this flaw. There were plenty of glory players with this hand speed, but amongst all these players, only Yu Wenzhou had made it here. And now, Yu Wenzhou was doing something he hadn't done in a long time. He was playing in a 1v1 match, and in the playoffs too, against the best 1v1 duelist of the season. This map. It was only after chatting for all this time that Ye Xiu placed his attention on Blue Rain's choice of map, Misty Thicket. A forest map, with little variation in terrain. It was long and narrow, stretching from north to south. The trait that differentiated this forest from normal forest was in its name. The forest was filled with mist. With dense forestry and layers of evening mist, this map limited character vision greatly. It was good for ambushes and hindered ranged fighters. Pan Lin and Li Yibo, as well as countless spectators, had all already started discussing this back, while Ye Xiu was still mocking Yu Wenzhou's hand speed. Everyone was shocked that Yu Wenzhou was fighting a 1v1 match. However, they all instantly realized that Yu Wenzhou wouldn't fight his opponent up front and compete with mechanics, but use the terrain to execute tactics and tricks. But Misty Thicket. Li Yibo had already pointed out in the TV broadcast that this map put ranged fighters at a disadvantage, and warlocks were a ranged class. What was Yu Wenzhou planning? After seeing Blue Rain's map choice, everyone was even more confused. That was when everyone saw that Ye Xiu seemed to be about to comment on the map, but all they got was, this map. And then nothing. Both sides had started to move already. Ye Xiu was very direct and went straight down the middle, but in this map, even heading straight forward could result in an ambush attack. Since visibility was low, the two sides would pretty much be within range of each other when they could see the other. Lord Grimm looked like he couldn't be bothered to waste the brain power on figuring out a roundabout route. Yu Wenzhou, on the other hand, seemed to be treating this much more seriously. Swiksar had spawned in the north corner of the map, and he had began heading south from the west while Ye Xiu was still talking. However, Swiksar didn't go too far west. On this map, if you went too far from your target, you wouldn't even be able to find them when ambushing them. However, this was only the current situation. The further south Swiksar went, the more he swerved west. Slowly, his distance from the central axis of the map grew, and he drew almost completely out of the visible areas of the map. This positioning, doesn't this make Yu Wenzhou incapable of finding Lord Grimm as well? Or did he predict that Ye Xiu would make Lord Grimm come west as well? Pan Lin wondered aloud. The problem is, Ye Xiu didn't, Li Yibo added. Not long afterwards, the two characters approached the center of the map, slowing down. Then Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm suddenly began to fire shots. Bang bang, bang bang. The myriad manifestation umbrella's gun form was a rifle, so his normal attack consisted of 2 consecutive shots. Ye Xiu was currently just using normal attacks. It didn't cost any mana. He fired shot after shot, randomly shooting into the air. He's purposefully exposing his own position, Pan Lin exclaimed. From Yu Wenzhou's view, he couldn't see Lord Grimm, but every time a gunshot rang out, the gunfire could be seen through the layers of mist. Does he intend to draw Yu Wenzhou into attacking, and then use that to figure out where Yu Wenzhou is? Li Yibo said. But he wanted to say that warlock skills were hard to see through this sort of mist. The lighting caused by warlock skills were relatively dark, not nearly as eye-catching as an explosion elemental light. For warlock skills, if there was any elemental damage, it would be dark element. However, Li Yibo was terrified that with Ye Xiu's experience and observation skills, he would be able to easily catch the light of warlock skills even under the current circumstances, so he didn't dare continue. What about Yu Wenzhou? Perhaps he had the same thought as Li Yibo, since he didn't attack when he saw Ye Xiu expose Lord Grimm's position, having Shuxar approach slowly instead. Lord Grimm continued to shoot randomly, 2 shots at a time, switching up his directions. A few bullets were sent west, brushing past Shuxar's shoulder. The spectators with their omniscient view felt their heart leap into their throats with every shot, but Shuxar stayed immobile. "What precise judgment!" Li Yibo exclaimed. It was because Yu Wenzhou's judgment was so precise that he had Shuxar stay immobile. Otherwise, if one couldn't be certain, then they would have their character dodge. "From this angle, how far can he see?" Pan Lin mumbled, but there was no data on something like that, and there was no way of figuring out with their omniscient view. Bang, 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 bang. Lord Grimm continued to shoot, and Shuxar had stopped in his tracks. Yu Wenzhou was carefully observing the shots that Lord Grimm was firing. The audience had a much clearer view of this than Shuxar, and seeing Lord Grimm's actions, everyone only had one thought: what a tricky bastard. Lord Grimm, holding up the myriad manifestations umbrella in gun form, had the muzzle directed behind him, which meant that all his shots were aimed behind him. Yu Wenzhou was currently carefully observing. If he wouldn't figure this out and waited for the line of fire to turn, then launched a sneak attack while Lord Grimm had his back turned, then unfortunately he'd be charging right into Lord Grimm's line of sight. How sly, how despicable. The spectating Blue Rain fans all cursed, led by those dead loyal high-ranking members of the Blue Brook Guild. These guys had gone up against Ye Xiu in game, and they had plenty of personal experience with his tricks and schemes, leaving unimaginable pain in their hearts. However, this commotion wouldn't have any influence on the match itself. Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm continued to cunningly shoot behind him. Yu Wenzhou stayed motionless, carefully observing for a full half a minute. Ye Xiu continued to turn and shoot for a full half a minute. On the 35th second, Yu Wenzhou finally acted. Shuxar began to cast, directly going for a chaotic rain. There was a roar of applause. Since this skill summoned acidic clouds in the sky to create rain, it didn't matter where the character was casting from, the attack would still come from above. It would be impossible to figure out the character's position using this. And so, thick, dark clouds began to gather above Lord Grimm's head. The applause grew in volume, everyone eager to see Lord Grimm being splashed. But that was when, with a whoosh, Lord Grimm's myriad manifestations umbrella opened up above his head. Fuck! Quite a few people cursed aloud at this. If this was actually a knight's shield, then it might not be possible for it to block all the chaotic rain by holding it above a character's head like that. However, this myriad manifestations umbrella was an umbrella when opened. It was the best at blocking the rain. Drift inside, drift inside. Someone suddenly started to yell, and others soon followed suit. They were hoping that there would be some wind that would blow the rain off course and under the umbrella. But it was like Ye Xiu had heard the Blue Rain fans' words. Lord Grimm suddenly squatted down. Squatting with an umbrella over his head really covered all his bases. Now even wind wouldn't be able to do anything. Blue Rain's fans all blew up in rage. Fuck, can't you play seriously? You pretending to be a mushroom or something, squatting there. But it was then that above Lord Grimm's head, amidst the dark clouds, light flashed. There seemed to be 6 spots of light, hexagram prison. The players who were familiar with the warlock class recognized it immediately. Brilliant! Those who managed to react fastest yelled. This hexagram prison was a flawless sneak attack. Yu Wenzhou had predicted that Ye Xiu's Lord Grim would open up the umbrella to block chaotic rain. No other method was safe enough. After all, he hadn't seen it being casted. By the time he noticed, the clouds were already gathering and ready to spill. Then with the umbrella open, Ye Xiu had completely blocked off his own view of the sky above. Thus, when a hexagram prison fell silently from the heavens, he wouldn't notice it. Die! Blue Rain's fans in the stands cheered in excitement. As expected of their captain, this technique was absolutely brilliant, absolutely spectacular. Hexagram prison descended. Chapter 1432, Battle of Connotations. Chapter 1432, Battle of Connotations. Translator, Namyami Editor. Namyami. The battle was already occurring, and the spectators could see everything clearly with their omniscient view. However, the scene was more shocking, watching from the player's view. This was because for both players, apart from mist and trees, they couldn't see anything else. Yu Wenzhou's attack had been launched while he was completely incapable of seeing his opponent. He had deduced Lord Grim's location purely through the shots the other had fired, yet his attacks were so precise. The hexagram prison descended, and a shield's protection couldn't defend against everything. Hexagram prison's effect wasn't something that could be negated by a shield, but hand seals. In the close-up shot, everyone could clearly see Lord Grim suddenly let go of the myriad manifestations umbrella, his hands rapidly forming seals. The myriad manifestations umbrella had yet to fall when he was done with the seals. There was only one ninja skill under level 20 that required hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Would he make it? Everyone was sweating like crazy. In the end, this shadow clone ended up activating before the hexagram prison landed. The Lord Grim caught by hexagram prison in the end was a mere shadow clone. Did he notice it? Pan Lin cried out. No, he definitely couldn't see or hear this attack coming. It should be a judgment made through Ye Xiu's experience and awareness, Li Yibo estimated. Did you notice? If it wasn't for Lord Grim squatting, then this shadow clone technique might be a little too late. Pan Lin startled, and the shot was switched to a slow-motion replay. The beams of light from the hexagram prison were mere millimeters away from the myriad manifestations umbrella in Lord Grim's hands when the latter's shadow clone technique activated. However, if this skill had been activated while standing, then the myriad manifestations umbrella would have certainly been caught by the beams of light already. As expected of the all-class glory textbook, Pan Lin's awed voice rang out. This sort of reaction speed and awareness was a perfect display of Ye Xiu's familiarity and understanding with the warlock class, which was what allowed him to predict the sneak attack via hexagram prison. Thus, the home spectators who had been excited immediately began to worry for their captain. This was because Swaksar's casted curse had already shot forwards. This time, the skill was no longer one that descended from above, so Ye Xiu could already deduce Swaksar's position. His Lord Grim was waiting, watching at one side. A ghostly shadow arrived, darting through the chaotic rain and into the hexagram prison into Lord Grim's shadow clone. The audience was heartbroken. Captain, you fell for a trick. Ye Xiu's Lord Grim immediately charged in the direction the ghostly shadow had flown in from, careful to not make any noise. Hurry and run. That was the inner voice of the audience members. This time, it was almost as if their captain had heard. Yu Wenzhou hasn't neglected to consider this possibility either, Li Yibo announced. Swaksar was already leaving his original position under Yu Wenzhou's control. But if he attacks after leaving, he would still be locked onto by Ye Xiu. No. Considering Lord Grim's movement speed, he should be able to close in quickly, Pan Lin said. He won't move elsewhere and attack, Li Yibo said with surprising confidence. Huh, Has he noticed Lord Grim's actions? Pan Lin was confused. He'll notice soon enough, Li Yibo corrected with a smile. Think, what skill did he use just now? Grasping ghosts, Pan Lin was saying when the ghostly shadow that Swiksar had sent out just now suddenly flew back. Ah, this, Pan Lin cried out in surprise. Didn't this expose Swiksar's position again? So, he now knows that the Lord Grim he trapped was nothing more than a shadow clone, Li Yibo laughed. Pan Lin froze for a moment before realizing what had happened. Grasping ghosts would latch onto a target and deal damage for a period of time. After the skill finished, the ghostly shadow would fly back to the user and restore the warlock's health by 33% of the damage it had dealt. Shadow clones were very fragile, so Swiksar's grasping ghosts had only latched on for a moment before destroying the shadow clone. After that, the ghostly shadow would naturally come back. No matter if it was from the time the skill had been active or the recovery statistics, Yu Wenzhou could easily determine that grasping ghosts had only latched onto a shadow clone. So this skill wasn't just an attack, but also reconnaissance. Pan Lin's heart was struck by surprise after surprise. This match was way too deep for him. However, the ghostly shadow which flew back to its owner was like a guiding light. Ye Xiu seemed to have noticed this as well and immediately adjusted Lord Grim's direction upon seeing the ghostly shadow. Grasping ghosts moved extremely fast, but Lord Grim was also putting on as much speed as possible. He no longer thought about executing a sneak attack. Lord Grim's figure seemed like a ghostly shadow as it darted through the forestry as well. Soon enough, Swiksar's form appeared in his view. So fast! He's too fast! How will Yu Wenzhou shake him off now? Pan Lin cried out. Yet that was when, with a boom, a sandstorm arrived on the forest map, enveloping Lord Grim inside. The stadium was filled with shock, and as for Lord Grim's current status, he was losing health and had a blind. Sandstorm trap, Pan Lin exclaimed, stunned. This was a high-level thief's trap skill that dealt damage and inflicted a blind. Yu Wenzhou had set this thief skill into Swiksar's curse of destruction. Now, everyone had a much better understanding of how annoying it was when the myriad manifestations umbrella was set with all sorts of different skills in its many forms. This sort of variation wasn't something one could easily guard against. See, even Ye Xiu himself fell for it here. No matter how familiar he was with the system of skills warlocks used, it would be too hard to guess what Nightwalker skill was set into the opponent's weapon. If you really took all the possible skills into consideration and stayed on guard for any of them, then you probably wouldn't even be able to play properly. However, Swiksar's Sandstorm Trap was only rank 1. It didn't do much damage, and the blind lasted for 3 seconds. These 3 seconds allowed Yu Wenzhou to leave a curse arrows for Ye Xiu and flee. Hey, why doesn't Yu Wenzhou take this chance to try and bring Lord Grim under his control? Pan Lin wondered with some disappointment. However, the curse arrows soon gave him his answer. Though Lord Grim was blinded, he hadn't been otherwise affected. Suddenly, he activated Slide Kick, not only dodging the curse arrows but also closing the distance between him and Swiksar. Li Yibo glanced at Pan Lin, knowing that the other had gotten his answer already from his expression. Yu Wenzhou wasn't careless at all. This was Ye Xiu. 3 seconds of blindness was too risky a chance, and Yu Wenzhou clearly didn't want to take risks. After quickly casting a curse arrows, he chose to flee. By the time Lord Grim's blind wore off, Swiksar was out of sight. Ye Xiu hurriedly used what he had last seen, and the possible distance Swiksar could have run in 3 seconds to deduce the other's approximate direction and whereabouts, but didn't manage to find the other after searching. The two's first clash ended just like that. Lord Grim hadn't managed to deal any real damage to Swiksar, but at this stage, it was Swiksar that people were more worried about. He has such an overwhelming and threatening presence, Li Yibo exclaimed, referring to Ye Xiu. However, Yu Wenzhou has managed to deal some damage to Lord Grimm, though it's not much, Pan Lin said. Then they saw Lord Grimm cast a recovery on himself. Li Yibo gazed at Pan Lin without speaking. Seems like you plan on dragging things out. Seeing as he couldn't find his target, Ye Xiu started chatting. You can heal. Dragging things out will benefit you, Yu Wenzhou replied. Continuing to drag things out like this is just a waste of effort. How about we roll die to decide who wins? Whoever loses can GG, Ye Xiu suggested. The audience exploded. What was even more shocking was that Swicksar's dice roll soon followed, and then came a 97. Wow! Blue Rain's home stadium erupted in applause. Then in the chat, the hell are you doing? Be serious. This is the playoffs, Ye Xiu said. The audience exploded again. Ha ha ha. Pan Lin didn't even know what to say anymore. It's just a joke. There's no way the referee would allow the two to use die to decide the victor, Li Yibo laughed. This might be a game, but this was also a professional match. Imagine in a soccer match where the two teams flipped a coin and then heads, you guessed it, okay, you win I guess, and then they just leave. That was unacceptable. The Glory Pro League matches wouldn't allow such a thing either. Even when people went GG and surrendered, the Alliance would deliberate on the validity of the GG after the match. Although the two were trash-talking each other on the chat, they hadn't stopped moving. Yu Wenzhou had shaken Ye Xiu off, but he had also lost Lord Grimm's position as well. Right now, the two were carefully searching through the mist, trying to find the other. This was something they couldn't use logic to figure out. They were pretty much searching blindly, and the visual hindrances made the map seem even bigger. 1 minute, 2 minutes, the two didn't meet, wandering around in the mist. The audience, with their omniscient view, sometimes couldn't even feel any tension. The two were careful and cautious, but in reality, they were already on practically opposite sides of the map. The broadcasters were pretty stressed out, too. Glory matches weren't like soccer matches which finished when time was up, so the broadcasters couldn't control the time for their program. If it finished beforehand, that was all right, but if it took too long, then it would mess up the schedule for the programs following. However, what choice did they have? The match couldn't be moved just because they wanted it to be. There's no helping it. We can't continue like this. Ye Xiu spoke up again, and the broadcasters immediately began to adore him. What do you suggest we do then? Yu Wenzhou replied. Let's meet up somewhere and end this, Ye Xiu said. Where? Yu Wenzhou asked. Ye Xiu sent some coordinates. 30 seconds later, no one appeared at the coordinates agreed upon. Both characters carefully hid themselves nearby. Neither of them successfully tricked the other. The broadcasters were weeping. Chapter 1433, that's all you're showing us. Chapter 1433, that's all you're showing us. Translator, Namiyami Editor, Namiyami 5 minutes. A one-on-one battle that lasted 5 minutes wasn't uncommon in the pro circle. However, the problem right now wasn't that this battle had been 5 minutes long, but that 5 minutes in and both characters were at full health. That minuscule amount of damage dealt by Swicksar's chaotic rain and sandstorm trap had long since been healed by recovery. Right now, both characters appeared near the coordinates Ye Xiu had given, but neither of them showed themselves. Where are ya? Come out, Ye Xiu yelled. I'm here, but I don't see you, Yu Wenzhou said. Last time I came out first. It's your turn, Ye Xiu said. Which time? Stop pretending you don't know. Did you forget when I was shooting and let you hit me? Ye Xiu raged as if he hadn't been trying to trap his opponent before and had revealed his position out of the goodness of his heart. Though it had already been 5 minutes, the audience hadn't forgotten Ye Xiu's little trick of shooting behind him. Was that something someone who was generously giving themselves away would do? Oh. Yu Wenzhou acknowledged his words, then sent another message. Did you see the curse I just sent? I didn't see it. Yu Wenzhou, you had better not try anything. Ye Xiu warned his opponent. Finally, the referee couldn't take it anymore. Less useless talk from the two of you. Focus on the match. The messages sent by the referee were in the form of system messages. Just like how, in game, no matter how powerful a player was, they couldn't beat the system in pro matches, no matter how talented a trash talker. No one dared trash talk the referee. With the referee's words, the two captains both fell silent. Their team members off stage looked at one another. For happy they weren't caught too off guard because Ye Xiu had led them charging through the online game, so his unprofessionalism wasn't anything foreign. But for Blue Rain, when had they ever seen their captain talk so much in a match? Because of his hand speed problem, their captain never had any time to chat, but using today's map choice, he had managed to make up for that. In reality, these two had never paused in their current actions while they chatted. No one made to actually stand into the area of the coordinates Ye Xiu gave. Both of them were a distance away, and maintained this distance as they circled around the area. The audience could see that one of them was moving clockwise and the other anti-clockwise. They were bound to meet eventually. It all depended on who would spot the other first amidst this dense mist. Neither side was moving very quickly, careful to make no noise as they stepped forth. Like that they approached each other bit by bit, little by little. All the audience felt their hearts rising further and further into their throats. Commentators Pan Lin and Li Yibo were silent now as well. The entire world of glory had sunk into silence in that moment, as if the slightest sound would affect the two players on stage. The big screen provided the two players' views as they turned constantly. Then, at practically the exact same moment, they both stopped. Charge. Lord Grim immediately charged out, shockingly accurate, straight toward Swiksar's location. As for Swiksar, he wasn't nearly as aggressive. The moment Lord Grim stepped out, he turned and darted behind a tree. The audience had known from before with their omniscient view that Swiksar had paid careful attention to his pathing, prepared for this sort of sudden meeting. Gunshots. After using charge, Lord Grim began shooting as he ran, the bullets striking the tree Swiksar had hid behind. However, Swiksar was no longer behind the tree. Lord Grim stepped 2 steps to the side but still didn't see Swiksar. Lord Grim didn't stop moving, continuing to charge as he threw a grenade out. Boom! The explosion created by a grenade was relatively more intense. In this mist, it could also light up the area, making it easier to see the silhouettes of other characters. However, Swiksar still remained hidden to Ye Xiu. The Blue Rain fans all let out a breath of relief, because these coordinates that Ye Xiu had suggested weren't random. That guy had wandered about, carefully cataloging the terrain in this area, familiarizing himself with the environment. Seeing him call Yu Wenzhou over, everyone had cursed that crafty bastard Ye Xiu, yet Yu Wenzhou hadn't refused, continuing onwards. Everyone was worried that Yu Wenzhou would fall into Ye Xiu's trap, but now it seemed. Heh! This is Blue Rain's map after all. Ye Xiu's few minutes of research can't beat Yu Wenzhou's understanding of this map, Li Yibo laughed. Yu Wenzhou's response to their sudden meeting was confident and decisive. Swiksar didn't pause for the slightest moment, his movements making everyone's heart skip a beat in anxiety. Yet Ye Xiu, in the end, never noticed him even once. This result was too puzzling. It took a while before the system managed to come up with a simplified video displaying Lord Grim's movements and changes in view, and then Swiksar's movement patterns and the obstacles he used for cover. From this video, the audience could clearly see that Yu Wenzhou's choice of pathing was in Lord Grim's blind spot. Yu Wenzhou's familiarity with this map truly did far exceed Ye Xiu's. Ye Xiu was skilled enough to have managed to find many useful aspects to the terrain with what little time he was given. He probably wouldn't be able to improvise such a successful response like Yu Wenzhou could. Spectacular! No wonder Yu Wenzhou dared to fight Ye Xiu one-on-one, Li Yibo praised. But if this continues, how does he plan on beating Ye Xiu? Pan Lin asked. Although Yu Wenzhou was good at avoiding the other, he didn't dare to face Ye Xiu head-on. From this perspective, one couldn't say that he had the advantage. If all you did upon seeing your opponent was avoid him, then there was no way you could beat them. You had to launch some sort of assault. Let's keep watching, Li Yibo said. After this, Ye Xiu still lost Swiksar. He had no choice but to have Lord Grimm stop. Hey, all you do is hide and run. How are we going battle like this? Ye Xiu yelled into the chat self-righteously. The stadium was instantly filled with booing. They couldn't believe this guy. He couldn't find Captain Yu, so he started going after the referee, implying that Yu Wenzhou's behavior wasn't acceptable. This is strategy. That was how Yu Wenzhou ended up replying, also sounding like he was giving the referee an explanation. What an annoying guy, Ye Xiu said as Lord Grimm began shoot randomly again. I'm right here, come at me, Ye Xiu hollered. No rush, was Yu Wenzhou's reply. He never stopped inputting commands, but there was no hurry to his actions. From Swiksar shaking Lord Grimm off to now where he was turning back to find an opportunity to attack, his actions were steady and unrushed. Not long later, hey, Ye Xiu expressed his displeasure. Another chaotic rain. Didn't he have any new tricks? However, he didn't use any new tricks to counter this. Again, he opened the umbrella, squatted, then shadow clone techniqued out of there. It was just that this time, Yu Wenzhou didn't follow up with another hexagram prison, the chaotic rain steadily falling upon the misty thicket. One couldn't deduce the caster's position from these sorts of skills. At most, a range, so there was no way to do anything about it. Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm blankly stood amidst the forestry, watching the rain fall. And then there was no more and thens. Blue Rain's home stadium was filled with booing. This was Yu Wenzhou fighting, the much-adored captain of Blue Rain, and in a one-on-one match too, something he hadn't done in ages. Yet there was booing, the audience couldn't help it. Here we are, our hearts in our throats, and that's all you're showing us. The two on the stage remained unmoved. Chaotic rain stopped. The forest sunk back into silence. Lord Grimm suddenly darted out, moving with a charged skill. But the direction. With the audience's omniscient point of view, they knew immediately that this was the wrong direction, but Ye Xiu's movements didn't stop. After charge, Lord Grimm immediately changed directions and used a colliding stab. Another high-speed movement skill. This time, the direction was far more accurate, but it wasn't enough. After witnessing the two exchanges just now, many of the more careful audience members had noted down the distances between the characters back then. Though they probably weren't as observant as the two players, they knew that the distance was probably the upper limit to the players' views in the misty thicket. Lord Grimm's charge was in the right direction, but the distance you traveled with this technique wasn't enough to bring Swiksar into view. Continue forwards. Many people prayed. Yet after that colliding stab, Lord Grimm switched directions again and used a shining cut. You went in the wrong direction. Many people cried in their heads. However, those that realized what Ye Xiu was trying perked up. There, Li Yibo yelled. Ah! With an ah from Pan Lin, Lord Grimm's shining cut had ended. It wasn't towards Swiksar's direction, but it flashed through Swiksar's view. That meant that he also had a moment's chance to see Swiksar's position. He's using high-speed movement to increase the range of his view, Li Yibo explained to the audience. Did he see? Pan Lin asked loudly. Lord Grimm's reaction gave him the best answer. Shining cut swept out, but it was already just a shadow clone. Lord Grimm's real body was near Swiksar. Boom, boom, boom. Anti-tank missiles' 3 shells flew out with tongues of flame. The 3 missiles were very spread out, not aiming to strike their target but using light to lock onto Swiksar's form. Yu Wenzhou repeated his previous action. Having stood prepared, he turned and darted behind a tree, but this time Ye Xiu was prepared as well. Lord Grimm stopped to cast, and a goblin appeared beside the tree. Lord Grimm lunged forth. Swiksar had disappeared from view once more. Yu Wenzhou's use of his environment was truly ingenious. However, the goblin was still in Lord Grimm's view. Lord Grimm, sprinting forwards, rapidly headed towards the direction the goblin was unsteadily charging towards. Chapter 1434. There's a trap. Chapter 1434. There's a trap. Translator. Namyami editor. Namyami. Ye Xiu's trick had Pan Lin and Li Yibo exchanging a look in the broadcasting room. I don't know why, but I suddenly thought of the phrase, close the door and release the dogs. Pan Lin suddenly sighed. Ha ha, I don't know if the door closed or not, but he really did release a dog, Li Yibo laughed. And this dog is practically biting at the heels, Pan Lin noted, watching the screen. Currently, Ye Xiu still couldn't see Swixar, but the goblin continued to move, confident in where to go. Even novices knew that summons would only move when under the control of the player or on auto. Otherwise, they would just stand in place dumbly. So Pan Lin and Li Yibo made a few comments but didn't discuss it in detail, since it was so simple. However, before Ye Xiu, how many people would think to use the most low-leveled summons to hunt down Yu Wenzhou, whose understanding of the map was unparalleled? With a clear direction, Lord Grimm's pursuit was swift. If it wasn't for the fact that he had used 3 movement skills in succession to increase the range of his view, then Lord Grimm would have caught up a while ago. Unfortunately, those 3 skills were on cooldown, meaning that Lord Grimm wasn't at his fastest. Even so, Ye Xiu had Lord Grimm close the distance rapidly with what he had. At the very least, he could see Swixar's form now. The goblin was small, with short legs. It wasn't very fast at all. Normal players could easily shake them off as well. However, these few moments had given Ye Xiu a chance. Bang bang. As he moved, Lord Grimm shot twice to disrupt Swixar's movement. But Yu Wenzhou didn't react to it at all. Swixar didn't even bother to dodge. Ye Xiu knew that something was wrong. There was no way you could escape just by ignoring these attacks. That wasn't a thing. Gatling gun. Ye Xiu resolutely activated this skill. Bullets shot out like a flood. It didn't take many shots before Swixar turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared in the mist. Ha 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 ha. The audience was delighted because they had known about this from the moment it happened. You might have your cunning tricks, but I'm no less crafty. Ye Xiu's use of summons to track his target had fully utilized the characteristics of this basic skill, but Yu Wenzhou soon countered, tooth for a tooth. Shadow clone technique. It was also a low-level skill, which was generally used as a teleportation skill by Nightwalkers. But right now, Yu Wenzhou was using it the way it was originally intended, to confuse the opponent. An experienced player like Ye Xiu definitely wouldn't be tricked by a shadow clone technique. It was just unfortunate that a dumb little summons was easily tricked by a technique like this. As soon as the goblin began to chase, Yu Wenzhou had Swixar quickly form hand seals. Afterwards, the one the goblin and Lord Grimm were pursuing was Swixar's shadow clone. Then where was the real Swixar? Rumble. A rumbling erupted, the air split open, and the pitch-black death's door rose from behind Lord Grimm. Under these circumstances, if Swixar didn't successfully take the chance to launch a powerful attack, then Yu Wenzhou wouldn't be worthy of being Blue Rain's captain. If he could, he would probably have the Death's Door cast on top of Lord Grimm. Yu Wenzhou didn't seem to intend to use Death's Door's CC at all. With a Death's Door so close, he was clearly aiming to deal damage as fast as possible. That's a wise choice, Li Yibo praised. Using Death's Door's control to launch, an attack to eliminate Death's Door's ending lag would maximize damage. Against a skilled and experienced expert like Ye Xiu, Yu Wenzhou might end up failing to deal any damage and exposing himself instead. Usually, this usage of Death's Door wouldn't pose much of a threat to Ye Xiu. Lord Grimm's movement methods and speed vastly lowered the difficulty of escaping from Death's Door. That's why it was better to just set Death's Door right next to him and aim for a quick round of damage. Li Yibo's analysis was very reasonable this time, and he was also correct. That was, indeed, what Yu Wenzhou was thinking. He didn't ask for too much, because he knew that it was best to not give his current opponent any chances. His ability to grasp opportunities was on par with Blue Rain's Huang Xiaoshan. Against this sort of person, you would have to be ready to improvise and counter what he did. If you planned and schemed, then he was sure to trick you into falling into the very trap you set. Boom! A death's door activated next to its target. The miasma immediately latched onto the character, directly skipping over the part where it dragged its target back and exploding. Damn cool. Applause filled the stadium. This strike struck bone. The damage from the chaotic rain and sandstorm trap from before was nothing. 19%. That was how much of Lord Grimm's health this attack had taken. Yu Wenzhou's Suixar was centered around powerful control and high bursts. His personal style was similar to the cooldown style. Yu Wenzhou was unsuited to chaining long combos to stack damage. He grasped a chance and unleashed a powerful skill to take out almost 1/5 of his opponent's health, swift and resolute. More importantly, Yu Wenzhou didn't expose Suixar's position with this attack. Currently, he was hidden to the side, already casting a second skill. Hexagram Prison. Just through the distance between Lord Grimm and the Death's Door and their relative positions, Yu Wenzhou had managed to calculate exactly where Lord Grimm would be thrown to by the Death's Door's explosion. Hexagram Prison was executed so precisely that there was no way to stop it. Ye Xiu was trying to have Lord Grimm quick recover to roll back onto his feet when the Hexagram Prison trapped him. Hexagram Prison didn't do any damage on its own. Damage was only dealt with other skills while the target was trapped. Yu Wenzhou wouldn't miss such an opportunity either, no longer caring if Suixar would be exposed or not anymore. Curse Arrows, Burning Arrows, two low-level skills that Suixar rarely ever used. Then, a Shadow Flames and Grasping Ghosts, two damage over time skills. Lord Grimm's myriad manifestations umbrella had such a large surface area for defense. It made his opponents depressed. But now that he was caught by Yu Wenzhou's Hexagram Prison, it was Ye Xiu who felt depressed. Since it was too big, the myriad manifestations umbrella couldn't open up into its shield form in the Hexagram Prison. Lord Grimm could do nothing but take the damage from the 4 skills. Suixar's position was completely exposed now, but after these 4 skills, Yu Wenzhou didn't have Suixar flee. Suixar waved his Curse of Destruction, continuing to cast. This skill had a visibly longer cast time, and at practically the same time the Hexagram Prison disappeared, Curse of Destruction was jabbed at Lord Grimm. Ye Xiu seemed to have realized something as well, and had Lord Grimm raise the myriad manifestations umbrella at almost the same time, wanting to use rotor wings, but it was too late. There were no flashes of light, but the ground under Lord Grimm's feet had been changed through a curse. Lord Grimm, attempting to use rotor wings to escape, was about to jump into the air, but the moment his feet left the ground, he sunk. Dense forestry, denser mist. This scenery was creepy enough, but when Ye Xiu looked downwards, he saw that the area under Lord Grimm had already been cursed. Strange runes crawled over the ground like squirming maggots, and the area seemed to have a layer of fog over it, making the ground look wet and sticky. The howling of the damned filled his ears as his body sunk. Withered gray hands burst out of the soil, the hem of Lord Grimm's pants clenched in their fists. Later on, some heads even appeared, teeth snapping, and others rose up to catch Lord Grimm in an iron embrace, all holding on for dear life, tugging at him, as if they wanted to pull him into this curse as well. Just the special effects alone made it worthy of being a high-level skill, Death Entanglement, the new level 75 Warlock skill, a skill above even Death's Door. Before the skill ended or before a target walked out of the affected zone, the skill would deal damage over time to the characters enmeshed. In addition, a powerful slow would be inflicted, and even better, Skills like teleportation, shadow clone technique, even rotor wings couldn't be used in the affected area. They would all be interrupted, and the character would be grabbed by the wraiths. There was no instantly escaping the area cursed by death entanglement, unless you were very lucky and started on the edge of the skill's area of effect, able to step out in one step. However, Yu Wenzhou had set the skill so that Lord Grimm was in the center. No matter which way he walked, the skill would probably end before he could walk out. It seems like you really did manage to trap me. Ye Xiu was still in the mood to chat at a time like this. After Death's Door and the 4 consecutive skills, then this level 75 skill, this combo of Swiksar's was the highest damage he could do in this period of time. 31%. That was the total damage these skills had dealt to Lord Grimm. Death Entanglement was a level 75 skill, but its damage was nothing compared to Death's Door. However, that didn't mean it was at all a weak skill. Its CC far overpowered Death's Door. 31%, added to the 19% from Death's Door, meant that Yu Wenzhou had taken half of Lord Grimm's health in one go. This was truly a display of his power. Unfortunately, it isn't enough, Yu Wenzhou replied. This was true disappointment. Of course, he hoped that he could skill Lord Grimm here and now. However, under the current circumstances, he didn't have any confidence that he would be able to trap Lord Grimm so well after the death entanglement ended. Exposing his position was an extremely risky move, so he had no choice but to stop his assault and have Swiksar find a new, better place to hide. This performance of yours is more than enough for you to brag about. You can even tell your kids about it after you grow old, Ye Xiu replied. I still hope that the story can become a little more spectacular, Yu Wenzhou said. Impossible, you're nowhere near good enough, Ye Xiu said. That's no secret, Yu Wenzhou said. I planted a fatal trap for you, Ye Xiu informed the other. Oh, what is it? Just as the message sent, Yu Wenzhou paled. Swiksar really did step into a trap. Then Lord Grimm appeared right in front of him, face to face, practically no space between them. A shadow trap, scared yet? Ye Xiu asked. Chapter 1435, An Incomprehensible Godly Turnaround. Chapter 1435, An Incomprehensible Godly Turnaround. Translator, Namiyami Editor. Namiyami. After shadow trap triggered, the user would immediately appear at the trap's position. If one were to ask what use this skill had, the short answer would be just one word: ambush. This was because the skill allowed the player to abruptly engage in close-quarters combat with his opponent, and at the same time, it also referred to the skill that thieves most commonly used along with it: ambush. If the skill ambush connected, it would deal double the damage to the target while stunning them for 3 seconds. It had considerable benefits when paired with the thief's stealth or with shadow trap. But to Ye Xiu, he didn't need ambush at all. All he needed was an opportunity to latch on to his opponent. What latching on to his opponent meant was something that everyone was very clear about. The moment Shadow Trap appeared, the jubilant atmosphere in Blue Rain's home stadium immediately died down. It was as if someone had hit the mute button on the whole stadium, sending it into absolute silence. But very quickly, the jumping and cheering and laughing began again. In the west wing of the stadium, the happy fans suddenly became spirited again. Godly turnaround, they shouted loudly. Indeed, it was really a godly turnaround. But how this godly turnaround was created was something that no one understood. How was the shadow trap placed? How did he know that Yu Wenzhou would step on it at that precise moment? Pan Lin stared at Li Yibo. Li Yibo stared at Pan Lin, and the commentators fell into an embarrassing situation. Even if they wanted to escape, this question was something that they couldn't run away from. It was fortunate that Lord Grimm was engaging in an intense offensive, so Pan Lin put on an act and commentated on the current situation, while Li Yibo hurriedly reviewed the replay. By staring unblinkingly at the replay, he really did manage to find the moment that Lord Grimm placed the shadow trap. The problem was, finding it was finding it, but Li Yibo couldn't figure out the reason why the shadow trap was placed at that location. Li Yibo was so frantic that he began sweating. The television directors had sent word that the hotline for the broadcast even had many viewers calling in to ask what on earth had actually happened. Li Yibo's cheeks streamed with tears. He really wished that he too could make a call to find out what had happened. In the past, even after being made a laughing stock for his wrong predictions, Li Yibo was still able to come up with roughly the right answer after looking closely at the situation afterwards. This time, however, he was racking his brains but couldn't come up with an answer. How could he explain it? He couldn't just say it was all luck, right? Swiksar fell. This result came as no surprise. In a close-quarters fight, Yu Wenzhou's disadvantages were obvious. Even though he had the awareness, the experience, and the judgments, Ye Xiu wasn't lacking in any of these aspects either. On top of that, the unspecialized blitz had an extremely fast tempo, amplifying Yu Wenzhou's shortcomings even more. Towards the end, everyone had clearly seen his struggles. The die-hard fans in Blue Rain's home stadium almost couldn't bear to watch it any longer, but Ye Xiu had no such qualms. From start to finish, the unspecialized blitz had an even tighter tempo than usual. In the first battle, Happy emerged victorious. Nonetheless, when this result became clear, the mood in the stadium had actually become more stable. After all, when that shadow trap had been triggered, everyone had already prepared themselves for the worst. The fans of Blue Rain knew that no matter how it appeared, their captain would definitely be fighting an arduous battle. If he could easily take away half the health from Ye Xiu's character, would their captain really be avoiding the individual competitions? Applause. When Yu Wenzhou left the stage, he still received applause. Sure, he had lost, but the fans of Blue Rain were already more than satisfied by what he had managed to achieve. "Fight on!" they shouted, hoping that the players from Blue Rain wouldn't be discouraged by this loss. Indeed, Blue Rain's players weren't discouraged. They stood up, welcoming their team captain. "You played well," everyone said in succession. Being swept away by a single combo is still considered playing well, Yu Wenzhou laughed bitterly. "It was nearly you sweeping him away with a single combo," Huang Xiaoshan replied. Yu Wenzhou shook his head. The actual circumstances were something that he understood more clearly than anyone else. "When was that shadow trap placed?" Yu Wenzhou asked Huang Xiaoshan. "When he summoned that goblin to chase you," Huang Xiaoshan said. "It was at that moment." Yu Wenzhou thought pensively. In his heart, he already had a general idea of what had happened. Nevertheless, this wasn't the time for careful thinking. Blue Rain's second player had already prepared to leave and was looking at him, waiting for his command. "It's a shame I fell into his trap too quickly. Do your best," Yu Wenzhou said to the second player who was about to go on stage. Song Zio, the key player who would always shine during the playoffs. In the end, in the last round's group arena, he had been firmly suppressed by Ye Xiu. The team competition was an even sadder affair. Despite his confidence, he didn't have any time to put on a good performance before being killed by a slash. "Watch me." Song Zio roused his spirits and entered the stage. In the group arena, the map didn't change, so it was still Misty Thicket. In the time that it took to change players, Pan Lin and Li Yibo thoroughly discussed the map, going back and forth as if they had an inexhaustible amount of things to say. This chatter was actually a sign of their lack of confidence. In the end, the two of them still weren't able to explain how Ye Xiu knew where to place that shadow trap from the last round. At this time, discussing the map was a way for the two of them to embarrassingly change the topic. The second round of the group arena soon began. In the previous round, Lord Grimm had half his life taken out in one wave of attacks, and when he forcefully killed off Swiksar, he had suffered a little more damage, putting his total health at 39%. As such, when the round began, Ye Xiu first had Lord Grimm cast a few healing skills, bringing his total health to 50% and causing the entire stadium to begin cursing at him. Only after this did he unhurriedly have Lord Grimm set out. Similarly to the last round, Lord Grimm directly took the middle road. What about receding tides, who had set out first? Song Zio had chosen to take a roundabout route to the east. When Lord Grimm reached the center of the map, Ye Xiu stopped moving, but he couldn't find any trace of his opponent. Had he taken a tactical route? Ye Xiu was simple and straightforward. He stopped guessing, instead directly asking in the public channel, "You want to ambush me again?" If not to ambush, then what's the point of choosing this map? Song Zio was self-righteous and confident. As an important core player, Song Zio's resistance against trash talk was outstanding, not needing to avoid chatting here and there with others. "You have a point. I'm at 2458, come and ambush me," Ye Xiu sent simply. "Please wait a moment, I'll be there soon," Song Zio replied. "The left side or the right side?" Ye Xiu asked. "Both the left and right side," Song Zio replied. "All right," Ye Xiu replied. Afterwards, under everyone's watchful eyes, Ye Xiu had Lord Grimm leave the spot where 2458 was, walking straight towards Blue Rain's respawn point. After charging out for a distance, Lord Grimm turned right. All of a sudden, the crowd was sent into an uproar. With this one turn, Lord Grimm had looped behind receding tides. This, Pan Lin said this twice. What he really wanted to ask was, how did he do this? But after failing to figure out the godly turnaround from earlier, Pan Lin forcefully swallowed his question. How had he managed to make such a precise decision? At this moment, Li Yibo was similarly flabbergasted. Was it from their conversation earlier? Pan Lin carefully pored over every single one of Ye Xiu's lines. Was there some kind of probing nature to them? He guessed it. From Blue Rain's player seats, Yu Wenzhou's conclusion was extremely simple. Guessed it. Some of his teammates were doubtful. If not left, then right. A 50-50, just like taking a penalty kick. If he made the shot, then it would be a great success. If not, even if he missed, he wouldn't lose anything. Of course it was worth a shot, Yu Wenzhou said. Then his luck is just too good. Blue Ryan's players were depressed, as if they'd just missed a penalty kick. As they spoke, Song Zio had already reached those coordinates, but he didn't walk out of the mist to expose himself. Instead, he stopped moving, taking the initiative to call out to Ye Xiu. "I've arrived," Song Zio said. "Liar, I don't see you," Ye Xiu replied. "I also don't see you. Why don't you shoot once or twice and let me find you?" Song Zio said. "That won't do. That's a privilege reserved for team captains. I can't simply break the rules," Ye Xiu said. "Then there's nothing to be done. The two of us can just slowly drag things out," Song Zio said. "By selecting this map today, it really seems as if Blue Rain's intentions are to drag things out," Li Yibo suddenly said. "With this map, if they don't drag things out, there aren't many other things they can do," Pan Lin said. "If they wanted to fight head-on, there's still the option of going directly to the center of the map. But both of Blue Rain's players have been playing tactically, purposefully making use of this map's special features, dragging the tempo of the battle until it annoys everyone. This." Li Yibo felt as if he had grasped some important point, wanting to organize his thoughts before speaking again, when Pan Lin suddenly shouted from beside him, "He's got it!" In Ye Xiu's field of view, a faint silhouette of a person had appeared. After wrapping around, he had finally found receding tides. In the end, it was as if Song Zio had also heard Pan Lin's loud shout, because that faint silhouette disappeared in the blink of an eye. With a charge, Lord Grimm rushed forwards by several body units, but he still couldn't find a trace of Song Zio. With an omniscient point of view, the crowd could clearly see that when Lord Grimm had quietly appeared, it unfortunately wasn't a wraparound, but instead, he had circled around receding tide's front, and both players had seen each other. Afterwards, as if he had no intention of fighting whatsoever, receding tides hid behind a tree. Lord Grim charged out, but receding tides took a long detour behind the tree, running far away from Lord Grim. This, Pan Lin didn't quite understand. Song Zio hadn't been ambushed. The two players had noticed each other at the same time. If you were to say that Yu Wenzhou immediately ran after being discovered, everyone would be able to understand that. But Song Zio, he had indeed been suppressed to death by Ye Xiu in the previous round. But when all was said and done, he didn't draw as short a stick as Yu Wenzhou. He could still put up a fight. If he still wanted to run under these circumstances, then what did he plan to do? Do the same as Yu Wenzhou, and wait for an opportunity when he had complete control over his opponent before making a move. But Swiksar was a warlock with many controlling abilities, allowing Yu Wenzhou's plan to come to fruition. Song Zio was a chi master, so wouldn't it be difficult for him to create such a beautiful opportunity for himself? Could it be that this guy was planning to play dirty and launch ambushes non-stop? Just as Pan Lin thought this, Song Zio really did have receding tides move up for an ambush again. Ye Xiu had a rich amount of experience, so even after charging over and not seeing receding tides, he still remembered where his silhouette had been, and after taking a look at the position, he already had some inferences about where Song Zio might be hiding, so Lord Grim had already begun striding in that direction. In the end, just as everyone thought that Song Zio was ready to run, he suddenly had his character strike a sudden blow. Sky-piercing strike. Just as Ye Xiu had Lord Grim wrap around that tree, trying to guess where Song Zio had run off to, receding tides sent out a sky-piercing strike towards him. Chapter 1436, Wearing Down. Chapter 1436, Wearing Down. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami. The attacks made from the ethereal chi from a chi master were actually more visible than usual on this map, where any movement disturbed the thick fog. Even though Song Zio had launched this sky-piercing strike very quickly, it didn't pose any difficulty for Ye Xiu. Charge. Even though he clearly saw the attack coming for him, Ye Xiu chose not to hide behind a tree but to ferociously charge forward. Boom! Part of the chi from the sky-piercing strike slammed into the tree, giving off a muffled sound, followed by the rustling of the tree's leaves and branches. Ye Xiu hadn't chosen the safer method of dodging the attack. He seemed almost in a rush as he chased after Song Zio. "It looks like Ye Xiu has lost some of his cool," Pan Lin shouted, his voice full of surprise. He'd been commentating glory matches for a number of years now, so he'd commentated for the old battle god One Autumn Leaf Ye Xiu as well as the current unspecialized Lord Grim Ye Xiu. For Pan Lin to become so distinguished in the glory commentary circle, he was at a solid level. He had always felt that this new Ye Xiu, after returning to the professional scene this season, was somewhat different from before. Pan Lin hadn't experienced the years when Excellent Era had swept the Alliance, but from the seasons afterward, in the matches where Ye Xiu and Su Mucheng built their reputation as best partners, he could imagine just how ferocious that dominating battle god had been. Even though Excellent Era's scores had been in a steady decline in the following years, Pan Lin could still tell that all of the powerful teams in the Alliance still viewed Excellent Era as a difficult enemy, and Ye Xiu had always been the target that all of the gods and experts had aimed to defeat. Ye Xiu had always been this pinnacle existence, all the way until he departed in Season 8. Just like that, a god had fallen. In the days of his absence, though, the Alliance continued to develop. The king of the new generation, Zhou Zekai, lived up to expectations as he won 2 championships and continued to charge toward Excellent Era's record of 3 consecutive championships. The times had changed, and in the eyes of many younger viewers, Zhou Zekai was the one who was worthy of being called Glory's #1. The returned Ye Xiu was no longer the pinnacle presence of before, no longer that lofty goal that everyone wanted to challenge and defeat. This time, he had become a challenger. Those people who had once looked up to him now all had beautifully powerful teams behind them, and this team, happy that Ye Xiu now led, could only look up to them. No longer was he the one being challenged. Now he was the challenger. From the beginning, Pan Lin had felt that looking at Ye Xiu and happy from this angle would be very interesting. But Ye Xiu hadn't cooperated at all. Right after they'd barely managed to defeat Excellent Era, they were already hollering about winning the championship. Where was the attitude of being the challenger? But Pan Lin understood. This was probably the principle of not letting yourself be intimidated by the opponent's identity, while still being cautious of the opponent's abilities and tactics. Season 10, 38 rounds. The television broadcast wouldn't choose Happy's matches every week, but Pan Lin still watched every single one of Happy's matches. As a commentator, he couldn't demonstrate emotional bias. He could only praise those that performed well or express regret for those that didn't, even though he would also sometimes forget himself while a particularly thrilling performance on stage. On the whole, the emotions of a commentator had to be almost mechanical. Their emotional expression was trained, or in other words, it was a performance. In reality, Pan Lin had paid very close attention to Happy this season. Like many others, he was very curious about that weapon in Lord Grimm's hand, and he was very curious about how this team, a team that had come from who knows where but had miraculously defeated Excellent Era in the Challenger League, would ultimately perform in the professional circle. The people who had paid this kind of attention to Happy had reaped quite some satisfaction this season. Happy, this patchwork team, had done extremely well. And those who had been paying attention to Happy were, of course, paying attention to Ye Xiu as well. 37 consecutive wins. To be able to watch this record built from start to finish, this was an incredible reward for those paying attention to Ye Xiu over the course of this year. But in the process of watching these consecutive victories, Pan Lin felt a few other things. 37 consecutive wins. Even in Ye Xiu's pinnacle years, he had never had such a perfect performance before. Part of this was, of course, because Lord Grimm was unspecialized, but separating the character from the player, Pan Lin felt that Ye Xiu was different as well. The Ye Xiu of the past, who had led his account to earn the title of Battle God, was domineering on the battlefield, invincible. But today's Ye Xiu, he'd won 37 consecutive battles, which still seemed invincible. But Pan Lin felt that, even though his results were incredible, the returned Ye Xiu didn't seem to have that same brash, dominating air that he'd had as a battle mage. Was his temperament different because his class was different? At the beginning, Pan Lin had thought this was the case. But after seeing many matches, it didn't seem quite right. It wasn't until the end of the season, and he saw the adjustments and changes that Team Tyranny had made, that Pan Lin finally understood. Ye Xiu, like those 3 old generals of tyranny, wasn't young anymore. That brash and sharp air of the battle god had slowly bled away with the flow of time. Before, because Ye Xiu had always been present and everyone was always watching his matches, they hadn't noticed the feeling very clearly. But after leaving and then returning after a year and a half, the scars left by the passage of time were suddenly in stark clarity. He hadn't wantonly squandered his youth, nor had he willfully tried to compete with the years. He had simply been continuously adjusting and perfecting his own technique, using whatever style best suited him at the time to engage in battle. Calm, elegant, and then old. From the very start, he had never planned to lament this inevitable fact of life. Just like how he faced the championship, he faced this saddening situation with vigor. This season, quite a few people discussed the pressure that Ye Xiu faced leading a team like this. They discussed just how exhausting it was for him, all for the sake of victory. But Pan Lin didn't agree. Ye Xiu had indeed been working very hard. Without him, this Team Happy definitely wouldn't be what it was today. But over Happy's 38 matches, whether they won or lost, Pan Lin had always seen an air of joy. Yes, joy. The sort of joy that came from playing from the heart. Glory was, after all, a game. Pan Lin wondered whether many people had forgotten this point. After last round, many commentators criticized Happy's brutally utilitarian style of play. After reading them, Pan Lin found them laughable. Utilitarian. Had they not realized that the Glory Alliance itself was the most utilitarian? The implementation of all sorts of rules, the requirement that the battles be splendid, this and that, all of it revealed the utilitarianism. In comparison, Pan Lin felt that Happy's performance wasn't utilitarian at all. It was purely a pursuit of victory. Pan Lin had always thought that those who wanted both victory and a beautiful battle were the real utilitarians. Victory and loss. A very straightforward thing, and yet so many details had to be bickered over. The utilitarianism revealed a sort of hypocrisy. The battle wasn't pretty, but the thing was, who was going to contribute a pretty battle for you? The players were on the battlefield. They cared about victory and certainly not appearance. You thought the battle was ugly, but didn't you know just how happy the players were while playing? In Pan Lin's eyes, Ye Xiu was undoubtedly this kind of person. He never cared about the opinions of those around him. Using the best method to obtain victory, this was what he had always done. This was one thing that had never changed about him, from age 17 to age 27. So now Ye Xiu's decision had caught him somewhat off guard. This sort of action, eager to show a certain attitude, didn't suit Ye Xiu's character. He does seem a bit rushed. Li Yibo hadn't thought as much as Pan Lin. Just from technique, Ye Xiu's forced charge was a bit impatient. Even if he was anxious to lock onto receding tide's position, the risk was a bit too much. Song Zhao, after all, wasn't Yu Wenzhou. Coming into close range wasn't an immediate guarantee of victory. Right now, Lord Grimm rushed into close range and the two began to fight. But could he really take him down with this? No one thought he had a good chance. The only reason Li Yibo didn't dare say so was for fear of getting slapped in the face. Lord Grimm's charge earlier had really been a bit of a struggle, but an arrow once fired couldn't be recalled. He had charged forward, so he had to see this through. But Lord Grimm's rhythm never managed to stabilize, and in his exchange with Song Zhao's receding tides, he failed to gain the upper hand. Instead, he presented an opening to Song Zhao. But Song Zhao didn't have receding tides pursue this opening. He actually chose to retreat and instantly hid himself once again within this foggy forest. It appeared that Blue Rain had made thorough preparations on this map. Song Zhao's control when controlling the path of receding tides was no inferior to Yu Wenzhou's. They really are planning on dragging this out. Pan Lin was stunned. They're playing an endurance battle. Seeing this, Li Yibo's tone became much more confident than before. What are they wearing down? Lord Grimm's health mana, Pan Lin said. And Ye Xiu's energy, said Li Yibo. Pan Lin paused and then looked at the time. Indeed, today's group arena had been dragging on for quite a while. Normally, by this time, the group arena would already be on the third or fourth battle. Blue Rain's Yu Wenzhou had been defeated and replaced by Song Zhao, but Happy's first player Ye Xiu still hadn't gone down. Blue Rain wasn't giving him the chance to end a match quickly. Even when there was a chance to counterattack, Song Zhao had chosen to back off. The intention was all too clear. They wanted to play a long endurance match. And this Song Zhao wasn't like Yu Wenzhou. He didn't have to worry so much about the opponent closing in. Just after escaping, he was able to come back and harass him again as if it were nothing. Once, twice, 3 times, Song Zhao's steadiness and ability to perform under pressure was, in this match, used entirely on running around. Every time he'd come to harass Ye Xiu for a bit, and as soon as the situation became slightly unfavorable, he'd instantly run away. Again and again, he actually succeeded in getting away every time. This struggle continued on for another 5 minutes, and in that time the health of both players had dropped less than 10%. This rhythm was almost disastrously slow. "How will this match turn out?" Pan Lin said weakly. The first or second time when Song Zhao had rushed back, he had gotten excited and shouted a bit, but after that he wasn't fooled again. From Song Zhao's current attitude, it seemed that the only way Song Zhao would relax would be if Lord Grimm completely stripped off all of his equipment and just stood there waiting to be attacked. Clutch player. Pan Lin didn't feel it. The feeling that Song Zhao gave him now was more like that of a frightened songbird. Chapter 1437. Can't follow you. Chapter 1437. Can't follow you. Translator. Namyumi editor. Namyumi. Everyone in the stadium was starting to feel sleepy. This was Blue Rain's home game, but Blue Rain was entirely at fault for this boredom. It was their players who were waging guerrilla warfare. It was their players who were refusing to confront Ye Xiu directly. It was their players who were dragging this game out. This was practically a test to see whether the fans truly supported them. Scattered all around the stadium, the loyal Blue Rain fans responsible for hyping up the crowd had encountered the greatest obstacle for a cheerleading squad. The game was dragging out for so long that even they were having trouble keeping themselves motivated. "This is our team's strategy." They could only inform everyone sincerely. Trying to get everyone to cheer loudly for this sort of game would be too forced. Then, as if Song Zhao had caught on to the crowd's feelings, his receding tides rushed forward. Everyone was excited. They waited, saving their energy for the explosive confrontation to come, only to be met with Song Zhao's receding tides running away. This was too hurtful to them. The crowd in the stadium were doing the same as Pan Lin. After crying out twice for false alarms, Pan Lin wouldn't fall for it again. Everyone could only pray that the match would end. Was there really any point in doing all of this? What's the point? Ye Xiu represented the thoughts of Blue Rain's fans and questioned Blue Rain's strategy in the chat. Song Zhao used actions to reply back. Receding tides rushed out again. "How many times has he done it?" the audience members whispered to each other. This was already the only topic they could think of. "The fifth. I think it's the sixth. Isn't it the sixth? If I'm remembering it correctly." "All right, it's the sixth then." The audience members clearly didn't care much about this topic. Sky-piercing cannon. Even a skill used to initiate battles wasn't anything exciting anymore. Everyone was completely numb to it at this point. Song Zhao's receding tides has rushed out once again. Let's see what he'll do this time. Pan Lin forced himself to sound energetic. But because the same scene had repeated itself over and over again, he couldn't bother to think of new ways to word it. Sky-piercing cannon, landmine earthquake. Oh, he has chi flowing cloud activated, spiral chi kill mist. It hit a tree. Starting to retreat. Lord Grimm is chasing after him. Pan Lin calmly described the scene. It was as if he wasn't talking about a battle. Receding tides has turned around behind the tree. He's turning again, the commentary stopped. Ye Xiu had lost sight of receding tides. It looked like the chase stopped here again. But then Lord Grimm suddenly retraced his steps, and receding tide appeared in his sights again. Ah, Pan Lin wasn't prepared for such a sudden change and couldn't find the right words. Fortunately, Li Yibo had been quietly thinking during the seemingly endless loop. When Lord Grimm retraced his steps, his eyes immediately lit up. He's caught on. Yes, Song Zhao had escaped from Ye Xiu in the same way the last few times. This time, Ye Xiu has caught on to him, Pan Lin clarified. Anti-tank missiles. Boom, 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 3 missiles flew out. Ah, why'd he attack so hastily? Get closer. Pan Lin felt that it was a pity for Ye Xiu. In his eyes, Ye Xiu had seized a rare opportunity. From his omniscient view of the match, he could see that Song Zhao wasn't aware that Lord Grimm had retraced his steps to a different angle. Ye Xiu could have sneaked closer, but instead, as soon as he found a new angle, he had Lord Grimm attack. Song Zhao was startled by the artillery fire. He was just about to dodge out of reflex, but he stopped himself at the last moment. This was bait. A sudden attack to bait him into jumping up and exposing himself. The thought had flashed through his mind, but then he realized that the direction wasn't correct. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Boom, boom, boom. 3 anti-tank missiles exploded, all of them hitting receding tides. Song Zhao immediately rolled to reduce the knockback from the explosions, while also adjusting his line of sight to see Lord Grimm. It hit. It actually hit, Pan Lin cried out. Although it was a sneak attack, launcher skills made noise. At this distance, Song Zhao could have reacted in time to dodge it, but he was still unexpectedly hit. He probably thought the attack was a trap, Li Yibo said. He misjudged the situation. It's not just that, Li Yibo said. What else is there? Ye Xiu has started taking advantage of the terrain, Li Yibo sucked in a deep breath of air. Oh, these past few minutes. He's been running around this place in circles the entire time. Not only was Ye Xiu familiarizing himself with the terrain, he's been familiarizing himself with Song Zhao's thoughts, Li Yibo said. So he's already grasped Song Zhao's escape route. Pan Lin was pleasantly surprised. This surprise wasn't from his bias towards Happy, but rather there was hope that this battle would finally end. Collapsing mountain. After the anti-tank missiles, Ye Xiu didn't conserve his skills. Lord Grimm sprinted over and then crashed down with a collapsing mountain. Song Zhao had suddenly been hit by a strike, and now his opponent was in front of him. However, he didn't panic and saw through this collapsing mountain's momentum. Receding tides took a step forward and then let out a palm. Chi break, a powerful high-level skill, yet it looked so gentle. There was no ear-piercing sound or flashy visual effects. All of the surging power was contained within the character. Until the final moment, no one would know what would happen. Chi masters were filled with hidden meaning. See, Chi masters are meant to be played dirty. When one looked at things from a different perspective, what one concluded would be different. Happy's Fang Rui didn't think about the hidden meaning behind this powerful skill. Instead, he thought about sneak attacks and playing dirty, his palm pushed against the side of the descending Lord Grimm. Song Zhao had calculated the distance and direction. Even if Ye Xiu adjusted the angle of this attack, he wouldn't be able to hit him. It was too late for Ye Xiu to switch to a different attack. Every skill attacked at a certain angle. At this point, there weren't any possibilities left, were there? Xiing, a sword light slashed through receding tides. Sword draw. Song Zhao was shocked. You can do that. Amidst the spray of blood, receding tides was knocked back. His chi burst had been interrupted. The sword light seemed to splash onto receding tides as Ye Xiu continued his onslaught. What's going on? What just happened? Pan Lin cried out. If I'm not mistaken, that sword draw was from his left hand, Li Yibo said. The battle was still ongoing. It wasn't convenient to put out a replay. As a result, the cameraman played the previous clip on a smaller screen in slow motion. From the smaller screen, everyone finally saw that it was a sword draw from the left hand. Lord Grimm's collapsing mountain had been executed using his right hand. While in the air, he switched hands and used sword draw. For a normal player, they would have to cancel collapsing mountain and then position the sword to the correct angle. But Lord Grimm, they didn't know if he canceled collapsing mountain or not, but in that instant, Lord Grimm's left hand grabbed the end of the myriad manifestations umbrella and performed a sword draw. This collapsing mountain should have been canceled, but because of Lord Grimm's umbrella, he doesn't need to waste time adjusting the angle of his weapon. At that instant, he probably positioned his weapon for the left hand, letting him use his left hand to perform the move, Li Yibo analyzed. A surprise attack. No wonder Song Zhao was caught off guard, Pan Lin shouted. At this moment, Song Zio had been grabbed by Ye Xiu and caught in an onslaught of attacks, but the so-called Mr. Clutch wouldn't panic so easily. Song Zio remained calm and defended while looking for an opening. Finally, an opportunity came. Receding tides seized this opening and tried to escape using the terrain, but when he made a turn around the tree ahead, Lord Grim cut him off. "You've done this same move so many times. Aren't you bored yet?" Ye Xiu asked. "Sure enough, Song Zio's been completely seen through," Pan Lin shouted. Even in this terrain, there are very few ways to completely escape Ye Xiu's pursuit. Song Zio had scurried around so many times, yet still wanted to keep doing the same thing. "It's as if he's regarding Ye Xiu as a dead person," Li Yibo said. "It looks like I can't run," Song Zio defended and answered Ye Xiu. "Feel free to try again if an opening appears," Ye Xiu said. "No need, let's fight," Song Zio said. He switched up his fighting style. He was no longer as careful as before, always looking for an opportunity to escape. Receding tides had gotten into a fighting posture, ready to confront Lord Grim. "You should have just done this a long time ago," Ye Xiu said. "Do you even have enough health left to fight me?" Song Zio was quite arrogant in front of God Ye Xiu. "More than enough. I've been healing myself," Ye Xiu typed. While playing hide-and-seek with Song Zio, Ye Xiu had Lord Grim heal himself every now and then. He couldn't completely use up his mana just to keep his health up. After all, Lord Grim needed mana to fight. He hadn't used Wish Prayer, which meant that he had most likely added a different skill onto his myriad manifestations umbrella. "Come," Song Zio shouted. "I'm coming," Ye Xiu replied. Lord Grim turned around and vanished. Pan Lin was speechless. The entire glory world was speechless. "What is the meaning of this?" Song Zio stamped his feet. "Did you think I'd fight just because you wanted to fight? I need to save my strength for the team competition," Ye Xiu replied in the chat. Lord Grim traversed through the forest as if he were extremely familiar with it. Ye Xiu had already played on this map for dozens of minutes. "I'm coming," Ye Xiu suddenly shouted. Song Zio wasn't disturbed, but Lord Grim really did come. Shua shua shua, several fast attacks. Song Zio raised his spirits. Shua shua shua, several movement skills. Lord Grim was gone. Lord Grim was matchless in terms of speed. Appearing and disappearing like a ghost was too easy in this sort of map. "He's playing the cooldown style," Li Yibo said as he saw Lord Grim search for an opportunity to attack. Chapter 1438, Professional Sandbagging. Chapter 1438, Professional Sandbagging. Translator, Namyami Editor. Namyami. Song Zio finally stopped conducting guerrilla warfare and prepared to engage in a direct confrontation. However, it was Ye Xiu who refused to cooperate. Ye Xiu started conducting guerrilla warfare instead, continuing the tedious pace of the match. "Shouldn't Ye Xiu be trying to hurry and end it? Why's he dragging things?" Pan Lin said. "He holds the initiative by being the one dragging the match. In terms of energy, it's more relaxing for him. If he fought with Song Zio directly, it would be a contest of reaction speed and mechanics. For Ye Xiu, who's already played for 10 or so minutes, keeping up the speed and precision required for the overwhelming blitz of an unspecialized is difficult and tiresome. Blue Rain's intention to tire out Ye Xiu in the group arena is already very obvious. Ye Xiu isn't going to let them have their way," Li Yibo said. "But if he plays conservatively, it'll be rather hard for him to beat Song Zio," Pan Lin said. "That's what it seems like." Li Yibo had noticed Ye Xiu's sneak attack attempts. He was playing just like how Song Zio did. He never went in too deep. As soon as the situation seemed slightly unfavorable, he would immediately retreat. He wouldn't brute force it. As a result, the damage dealt by both sides was extremely low. When Song Zio held the initiative, two sides had fought for 5 minutes, yet had only taken down 10% of each other's health. Ye Xiu held the initiative now, but it was no better than the previous game of hide-and-seek. Even if he keeps this up, he'll still get tired. Pan Lin said. This playstyle put less of a burden on Ye Xiu, but if the match went on long enough, exhaustion would still slowly build up. Yes, Song Zhao is aware of this point too, Li Yibo said. Song Zhao had been surprised by Ye Xiu's sudden retreat from a direct confrontation, but after realizing Ye Xiu's intentions, he calmed down. He had no intentions of reversing the situation. He calmly put on a defensive posture and carefully dealt with Ye Xiu's attacks. If Ye Xiu wanted to run, he would let him. He was in no hurry to chase after him. However, he couldn't let him run around too freely, so he would occasionally put some pressure on him. The intensity of the match needed to be maintained to a certain extent. If not, Ye Xiu could just find a spot to sleep, and Song Zhao wouldn't know. How would that tire out Ye Xiu? Coach Li, this is attacking by defending, Pan Lin said. Song Zhao's sturdy defense made it so that Ye Xiu wasn't getting much from his multiple sneak attacks. If this scenario repeated enough times, Ye Xiu would still get tired. Ye Xiu still holds the initiative, though. I presume he probably has a plan in mind, Li Yibo said. Time passed minute by minute. The stalemate continued for another 10 minutes. The second round of the group arena had already taken over 10 minutes. Including the first round against Yu Wenzhou, Ye Xiu had been playing for nearly 20 minutes. Ye Xiu is picking up a rock and smashing his own foot with it, Pan Lin sighed. From his perspective, Ye Xiu's decision was incorrect. Did he not think Song Zhao could be so tenacious? But Song Zhao is famous for being clutch. He never dropped the ball in the playoffs. Ye Xiu was waiting for him to make a mistake, yet 10 minutes had passed and he had nothing to show for it. His repeated attacks had only grinded down 20% of receding Tide's health. On the other hand, under Song Zhao's persistent pressure, Lord Grimm had lost 15% of his health. Song Zhao was very satisfied with this outcome. Not only had he achieved the original strategic goal, if these trades continued, this match would easily be his 17 minutes. Song Zhao looked at the time. This 1v1 had unexpectedly gone on for so long, and at this pace, playing until 20 minutes wouldn't be a problem. 20 minutes. Song Zhao almost felt that it was inconceivable. Before today, he had never thought it was possible for a 1v1 to last 20 minutes. For such a long match, no matter if it was an intense match or not, just playing a competitive match for this long must be tiring. No, he was just defending and he was feeling somewhat tired. And Ye Xiu, how long was he planning on continuing this stalemate? He was probably riding a tiger that he couldn't get off. He probably didn't think that he could defend for this long without exposing any openings. Mr. Clutch. The nickname hadn't come about for no reason. No matter how important of a responsibility he was given, he never dropped the ball. It didn't matter if it became 20 minutes, 25 minutes, or even 30 minutes. As long as Ye Xiu could still play, then Song Zhao could as well. Song Zhao didn't relax and focused even harder, but by concentrating, he suddenly realized that he had missed something. This isn't right. Why would I need to suddenly focus even harder? I've always been focused. There's no reason to step it up a notch. Could it be that just before he had become lax? Hey, how long are you going to keep this up? At this moment, a message from Ye Xiu suddenly popped up. As long as you want, Song Zhao replied. Really? But unfortunately, I can't accompany you the entire way through, Ye Xiu said. What? Song Zhao was startled. Had Ye Xiu given up? Was he going to type GG? One last time, I'm coming. The moment the message came out, Lord Grimm rushed out. Song Zhao reacted fast, and receding tides immediately moved to receive him. Is he planning on putting up one last fight? The likelihood of Ye Xiu directly going GG was small. From Ye Xiu's actions, it seemed that he had finally realized he couldn't continue dragging things, so he was planning on ending it as soon as possible. A pity. You only made this decision now. Even so, I won't let you have your way so easily. Song Zhao had a plan in mind long ago. When he had prepared to fight Ye Xiu directly, he had no intentions of ending it quickly. His ultimate reason for standing here in this match was to drag things. Whether it was through hit and runs or through direct fights, he would do his best to drag this match. Right now, Ye Xiu wanted to settle it, but Song Zhao wasn't going to let him end it so easily. He would continue defending tenaciously for as long as he could. Come. Song Zhao prepared himself. Suddenly, a light appeared in his sights. Sword light. This fast. Song Zhao was startled. He hadn't been mentally prepared for an attack this fast. Roll. Song Zhao instinctively rolled. Receding tides immediately rolled backwards, but soon afterwards receding tides spun around into the air. What happened? Song Zhao was dumbstruck. The attack had come out faster than he had expected. He had planned on making a counterattack after the roll, but before he could even finish the roll, he was launched into the air. Ye Xiu has suddenly launched an all-out offensive. Only 2 attacks and he's broken through Song Zhao's defenses. What's going on? Pan Lin was dumbfounded. He almost couldn't believe what was happening in front of his eyes. 11 minutes. An entire 11 minutes. During these 11 minutes, Ye Xiu had launched who knew how many of these attacks, but every time he did so, Song Zhao would block them all. Then Ye Xiu would retreat. The scenario would repeat itself, and it just looked like Ye Xiu was helpless. But this time, how did he suddenly break through Song Zhao's defenses? Take a look at this, Li Yibo suddenly said. A smaller screen appeared on the broadcast. This smaller screen didn't show a replay, but rather a graph. The curve went from high to low and then stayed low for a long time before a sudden spike. This was Ye Xiu's appum during these 11 minutes, Li Yibo said. How low? Pan Lin noticed the long length of time. It was a valley that lasted 7 minutes. And before hitting this valley, there was a gradual downward drop. 40. An appum of 40 appeared in a pro match, and this appum had lasted for 7 minutes. No matter how effective each action was, 40 appum was nowhere near enough in a pro match. Someone with such a low hand speed should have been eliminated long ago, yet he had unexpectedly lasted 7 minutes with an appum of 40. What was his opponent doing in these 7 minutes? Everyone knew the answer. During these 7 minutes, Song Zhao had been defending earnestly, defending against an opponent with an appum of 40. How did it turn out like this? Despite seeing the data, Pan Lin couldn't believe it. They had been watching from an omniscient view. How come they hadn't noticed Ye Xiu sandbagging to such a degree? Song Zhao's been completely tricked, Li Yibo said. In the first 4 minutes, it could be said that Ye Xiu had injected an anesthesia into him. Using these 4 minutes, he had gradually lowered the intensity of his attacks, making small but careful adjustments to his pace such that Song Zhao wouldn't notice. After these 4 minutes, Lord Grimm's attacks became much more terse than before. However, Song Zhao had been maintaining his 100% to defend the entire time. He had assumed he had been tiring out Ye Xiu, but he hadn't noticed that Ye Xiu had actually been sandbagging the entire time. He was the one tiring himself out. Li Yibo said, "You can do that." Even though Li Yibo explained it clearly, Pan Lin felt that it was inconceivable. However, when he thought about it again more closely, Ye Xiu hadn't tricked just Song Zhao but the viewers watching as well. Sandbagging, to think this phrase could be used to describe a pro match. And in a 1v12, a sandbagging that lasted 7 minutes. Pan Lin didn't know what to say. He watched as the match proceeded. Lord Grimm's onslaught had sent receding tides into a complete mess. When the first attack had struck, Pan Lin had initially thought that Song Zhao had reacted a bit slow, and believed it was because Ye Xiu had distracted him with his message. He thought that Song Zhao would quickly recover. But now he knew the reason Song Zhao had reacted slowly was because Ye Xiu had been conditioning Song Zhao for the past 7 minutes. The sudden acceleration was too abrupt for Song Zhao to react in time. Song Zhao hadn't been sandbagging those 11 minutes. He had been focusing the entire time. He was tired, but I don't think Ye Xiu can win, Li Yibo suddenly said. Why not? His mana. Lord Grimm doesn't have enough mana, Li Yibo said, but Ye Xiu's already done everything he could. He didn't let Blue Rain's strategy tire him out and dealt as much damage as he could to receding tides. Afterwards, he'll be leaving an exhausted Song Zhao for his team's next player. Ye Xiu is truly terrifying. Chapter 1439, Not Easy. Chapter 1439, Not Easy. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami. The second round of the group arena finally ended. As Li Yibo had predicted, Song Zhao had won. Ye Xiu had been limited by his mana. After sandbagging for 7 minutes, he leaped out and gave Song Zhao's receding tides a fierce beating. He used up all of his mana, though, and lost in the end. Song Zhao won, but even so, Team Blue Rain's brain-dead fans weren't excited. If this were an individual competition, the outcome would have been worthy of celebration. But this was only a part of the group arena. Ye Xiu had not only defeated Yu Wenzhou, Song Zhao's receding tides only had 28% of his health left. How could they be excited? When Ye Xiu walked off from the stage, the Blue Rain fans didn't know what sort of attitude they should display. Applause. Not possible. Boo. They couldn't do it. The reason the match had turned out this way was because of Blue Rain's own strategic arrangements. Not only did they fail to accomplish their goals, Ye Xiu had sandbagged and fooled them. If they booed Ye Xiu, Team Blue Rain would be the ones losing face. This match went on for 19 minutes and 21 seconds, which is probably a new record for a 1v1 on the competitive stage, Pan Lin said. Probably, Li Yibo nodded his head. They just mentioned this record in the passing. They didn't actually care too much about it because it wasn't a record worthy of being proud of. In a 1v1, the faster the match ended, the more impressive it was. Only those sorts of records were worthy of being remembered. Ye Xiu had the dominant position in the last parts of the match. I feel like if he had conserved his mana a bit better, he might have been able to beat Song Zhao, Pan Lin said. I think he probably held back intentionally so he wouldn't waste too much energy in this match, Li Yibo said. He was that in control, Pan Lin muttered in disbelief. Nice job. The members of Team Happy got up to welcome back Ye Xiu. Sit. That must have been exhausting. Chen Guo was worried. Blue Rain's intentions had been obvious. Even though Ye Xiu had been able to relax for 7 minutes, the 2 1v1s he played had lasted nearly half an hour. He had played for a long time. I'm good, Ye Xiu smiled. No need to be worried. He's definitely fine, Wei Chen said. How do you know? Chen Guo said. He'd played the online game day and night for a year, yet he was still able to maintain his skill level. How could he not know how to conserve his energy? To think those youngsters at Blue Rain would actually employ this sort of strategy. They definitely messed up. If they wanted to tire him out, they should be fighting him directly, Wei Chen said. That seems to make sense. Chen Guo thought about it for a second. In the regular season, in their second match against Wind Howl, Tang Hao had fought a 1v1 against Ye Xiu in the individual competition. The two sides had fought each other in a direct confrontation. That 1v1 hadn't lasted long, but Ye Xiu had clearly looked exhausted after winning the match against Tang Hao. Using a direct method was a better way of tiring out Ye Xiu. If we knew those guys would make this sort of arrangement, I should have gone up to play too, Wei Chen joked. Everyone laughed. After knowing that Ye Xiu wasn't too tired, everyone felt more relaxed. Happy's second player was Mo Fan. This map was clearly suitable for him. After seeing this map, everyone already had high hopes for Mo Fan. It was just that no one could see any sort of enthusiasm or excitement from him. Mo Fan mumbled and then went up on stage. When the third round of the group arena began, Pan Lin and Li Yibo could tell that this map was rather suitable for Mo Fan. As expected, Mo Fan didn't hesitate to take a roundabout route. However, he went along the west path, while Song Zhao's receding tides went along the east path. Thus, the two characters passed by each other. When Song Zhao approached the central path but didn't see Mo Fan, he said a few words in the chat. Mo Fan did not respond though. When he didn't see receding tides on the west path, he directly cut to the east path. Song Zio's receding tides only had 28% of his health left. He didn't dare be as bold as Mo Fan. Receding tides went in a circle and cut across the center. When the viewers saw their movements, Song Zio running around randomly might really end up with him circling behind Mo Fan. This. I'm not sure if I should say that Song Zio's luck is rather good or if Mo Fan is being too careless, Pan Lin said. Careless. If you look closely, Mo Fan is being very careful, Li Yibo chuckled. Oh, Pan Lin took a closer look after Li Yibo's reminder and soon noticed the hints. Mo Fan's deception wasn't just rushing forward mindlessly. When he made the horizontal cut across, he borrowed the dense forest as a cover. Mo Fan's this familiar with the map, Pan Lin was surprised. I remember you saying that Ye Xiu had picked up a rock and smashed his own foot with it, Li Yibo joked. I think those words are more suitable for Blue Rain. What? Oh, Pan Lin suddenly remembered. Blue Rain wanted to tire out Ye Xiu, but after playing for so long, not only did they fail to do so by dragging on the match, Happy had a lot of time to familiarize themselves with the map through the spectator omniscient view. Correct. Mo Fan is only a first-year rookie. How could he coincidentally be familiar with the map Blue Rain chose? His understanding of the map is because of the nearly 30 minutes of time Blue Rain had gifted him, Li Yibo said. Today, Blue Rain has truly miscalculated, Pan Lin sighed. It looks like Ye Xiu might have had a method to finish the match quickly, but he intentionally went along with Blue Rain's pace to give his teammates time to understand the map, Li Yibo said. Is that true? Pan Lin was astonished. Beating them at their own game, isn't that his usual style? Li Yibo said. But it didn't feel that excessive during his time with One Autumn Leaf, Pan Lin said. Probably because he didn't have as much pressure on him before, Li Yibo said. Pan Lin stared blankly and realized that it was true. Ye Xiu wasn't as young as before to the extent that Blue Rain would intentionally try to exhaust him. The current him probably couldn't charge forward fearlessly like before. He needed to use his brain more in these matches. In addition, Team Happy was not a powerhouse like Team Excellent Era. Although the sudden appearance of a bunch of level 80 silver equipment in the first round had given everyone a fright, after observing them in real combat, the pro teams could see that Happy's level 80 silver equipment seemed rather superficial. The equipment didn't reach their theoretical might. They were at best as good as level 75 equipment. The R&D departments of the participating playoffs team all had talented people. Before the first round of Happy versus Blue Rain had ended, there were already people who had reached this conclusion. Happy was trying to catch up to everyone else. The level that their equipment could reach could only approach the level of these powerhouses. Level 80 silver equipment weren't miracles. They were tricks. They could only approach but not exceed. For Happy to reach this stage was already impressive. People were perhaps no longer surprised by Happy's outstanding performance to the extent that they had forgotten how Happy had achieved such incredible results under such disadvantageous conditions, and how much effort had Ye Xiu put in during these hardships. Leading a powerhouse and leading a new team, there was no need to explain which one was more difficult, no. Leading this new team, Ye Xiu had beaten Team Excellent Era in the Challenger League. He had won 37 1v1s in the regular season. Team Happy finished 6th in the regular season and entered the playoffs and had the lead right now against Team Blue Rain. Was Ye Xiu truly not as good as he used to be? None of that could be seen. The current Ye Xiu might be the best Ye Xiu. He was able to utilize all of his talents in glory to lead Team Happy to such heights. Many people should open their eyes and look again more clearly. Li Yibo's nonchalant remark made Pan Lin suddenly feel emotional. Ye Xiu had built Happy up from nothing, starting from that internet cafe all the way to the playoff stage, step by step, difficult yet brilliant. He really has gotten behind him. At this moment, Li Yibo shouted, bringing Pan Lin back to the match. Pan Lin saw that Song Zio's receding tides had taken a roundabout path, making an arc behind Deception's horizontal cut across. But he doesn't know. Song Zio repeatedly looked in all directions, but he didn't seem to notice Deception. How unfortunate, Pan Lin said. His heart had swayed towards happy, but he had to maintain a professional attitude. At this moment, Mo Fan's deception suddenly stopped. Has Mo Fan sensed something? What keen intuition? Pan Lin shouted. It's probably because while he cut across, he had traversed quite a bit of distance yet still didn't meet his opponent. From this, he was able to deduce that his opponent had chosen a different route. What do you think he deduced from that? Li Yibo said. Turn around and retrace his steps, Pan Lin said excitedly. If Song Zio doesn't make any large adjustments, they'll soon run into each other, Li Yibo said. But Song Zio needs to pay attention to where he looks. If he doesn't focus and misses it, he'll be on the defensive, Pan Lin said. That will depend on what he thinks Mo Fan is doing, Li Yibo said. The two had started talking faster, matching the increasing tension in this life and death match. They're getting closer, 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 Pan Lin shouted nonstop. Song Zio, Li Yibo sighed. Because Song Zio wasn't looking at where Deception was coming from. And after Mo Fan discovered receding tides, he had Deception hide behind a tree. By the time Song Zio turned towards his location, all Song Zio could see was dense fog. Chapter 1440 16 Leaves Chapter 1440 16 Leaves Translator Namyami Editor Namyami Where had Deception gone? Of course, with their omniscient view, the audience couldn't be clearer about this. The Blue Rain fans present were more concerned about whether or not Song Zio knew the answer to this question. But it seemed that he didn't. Song Zio's pace didn't change in the slightest. Receding tides still cautiously walked along the thicket, while continually adjusting his field of vision. The moment that Deception's silhouette had appeared happened to be when he was looking away, a stroke of bad luck for him. Nonetheless, by continually adjusting his field of vision, it meant that Mo Fan couldn't easily find a position from which he could mount a sneak attack. After Deception had concealed himself, he very carefully and very patiently followed receding tides, gradually closing the distance between the two. With the environment of misty thicket, being able to see the opponent meant that the two players were in fact already very close to each other. Even so, this was still a very long process. Sometimes, because he wasn't able to find a suitable route to approach, the distance between Deception and receding tides even increased. But no matter what, Deception still hid behind receding tides, not being discovered from start to finish. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Normally, this was a distance that could be crossed in an instant, but Mo Fan had unexpectedly used more than 2 minutes to close the distance. The extreme caution that he showed was purely to avoid Song Zio discovering him. With one player at full health, while the other only at 28%, to most people, the opportunity earlier when he had first encountered Song Zio was already more than enough. If he had just charged up and forcefully fought him head-on, he could perhaps have already concluded the battle, but unexpectedly, Mo Fan still cautiously prepared a sneak attack. The broadcasting department was practically crying already. If this went on, would today's group arena be fought for 2 hours? Unexpectedly, the rounds were actually being played in such a dragged-out manner. After using 2 minutes and 41 seconds, Mo Fan seemed to have finally reached a distance that he was satisfied with. When Song Zio turned around again to look in another direction, Deception put the ninjutsu disappearing body technique to full use, forming seals with both hands at a rapid pace. Ninjutsu, shadow dance. More than 10 shadow clones of Deception had already surrounded receding tides in the blink of an eye, raising their ninjatos, which gently fell towards receding tides like leaves. Ninjato, silver weapon. 16 leaves, Chinese letter, Shi Liu I. The moment that this silver weapon was revealed to the world, everyone was startled. The silver weapon of the number 1 ninja in the professional circle, Team Misty Rain's Dark Forest, was called 16 Knights, Chinese letter, Shi Liu I, only differing by one word from Deception's weapon, but overall, it sounded the same. The names for all silver equipment was system-generated, but as a way of generating publicity, clubs would often ascribe their own meaning to the name of a piece of silver equipment. For instance, Dark Forest's Ninjato, 16 Knights, had a chance of inflicting blind as an additional effect, so this could be the origin of the word knight in the equipment's name. But then, what about 16 leaves? Unlike the bigger clubs, Happy didn't have established systems in place. As a result, since they focused purely on training well, playing well, and achieving good results, other aspects such as publicity weren't particularly well honed. Even if they had some sponsors to help with publicity, they wouldn't sponsor the likes of Deception, a character who hadn't appeared many times in Happy's games. Since Mo Fan hadn't appeared very much, the various teams didn't have a clear idea of what properties 16 leaves possessed. At this moment, after ninjutsu disappearing body technique was quietly used, Shadow Dance immediately surrounded and attacked receding tides. As they attacked, more than 10 ninjatos gently floated down, fluttering like long leaves that had been curled up by the wind. 16 leaves. Was this what it was named after? The audience may not have thought of so much in an instant, but the broadcast's explanation had to be more acute. In that instant, they had immediately been given a speaking point for Happy's deception. 16 leaves, Pan Lin shouted loudly. As he shouted, he saw Deception's ninjato floating like leaves, and then he saw the fresh, red blood that had instantly filled everyone's field of view. Everything hit, Pan Lin shouted again. Truth be told, whether or not everything connected was impossible for anyone to determine in that instant, but it was just that the blade's edge spraying fresh flowers of blood in that instant was far too dazzling a sight. Even in the online circle, there might not be many shadow dances in which every single shadow clone managed to hit their mark at the same time. This wasn't something that could be achieved by the opponent simply being unable to guard against it. Even using a wooden dummy, having a player control that many shadow clones to find the appropriate angles to attack at the same time, was a difficult feat. In Glory, it wasn't possible for characters to physically overlap with one another. Even though teammates couldn't damage each other, they would definitely still block each other's paths. Of course, the shadow clones from Shadow Dance were no different. In this instant, for Shadow Dance to completely connect in such a spectacular fashion, it wasn't just because Song Zio couldn't defend well enough. It was also a matter of Mo Fan's skillful character control. Beautiful. Li Yibo matched Pan Lin praise and shouted. However, in this moment, the television broadcasters were actually somewhat conflicted. It was indeed an exhilarating moment, but when directly observed, it was a little bit too bloody. But that bloody moment passed by in an instant. Just as the television directors were distractedly considering whether or not to quickly cut out that scene, the bloody moment had already passed. Those eye-catching flowers of blood fluttered and scattered on the ground, like the shedding of dead leaves, creating a poignant scene. In the end, just as everyone was shouting and praising Mo Fan's brilliant ambush, receding tides, with countless blades in his body, suddenly raised both his arms and started to spin. A skill that shouldn't have even appeared in a Chi Master's arsenal was used, and as both his arms rotated, the surrounding trees and leaves had already started to spin in the air from the centrifugal force. The deceptions that had closely surrounded receding tides also started to sway. Spinning cyclone kill. Some people immediately recognized the skill. This wasn't a Chi master's ability instead, it was from another fighter subclass. It was a grappler skill. Using centrifugal force, the grappler would attract and then crush everything in his surroundings using his two hands, a powerful level 70 skill. Of the 10 shadow clones of deception, no matter which one was the heart, none of them were able to escape from receding tide's control. The priority of grab skills had always been the highest in all of glory. In the whirlwind, receding tides quickly rose up, and his arms continued to spin wildly in the air. As a result, the chi from the attack also gradually brought those 10 immobile deceptions away from the ground. Boom! A deep explosion rang out from within the thicket. Spinning Cyclone Kill didn't originally have this sort of audio effect, but at this moment, the effect of the spinning Cyclone Kill that had been added onto Receding Tide's weapon was really too shocking. He had managed to completely grab all 10 characters at once. If there was only one target, the grappler would entangle the target, jump up, flip, and fall, creating huge amounts of damage. But at this moment there were simply too many targets, so this one spinning Cyclone Kill seemed to falter. As he jumped, he was already teetering on the verge of collapse, and the targets weren't entangled within his hands. Instead, he was using chi to gather his targets. Of course, when he flipped over, there was no flip, and when receding tides had barely jumped up, he had already started to fall, and those deceptions that had been forcefully gathered by his ability also immediately started to fall. Nonetheless, this one move had the priority of a grab skill. The deceptions hadn't been launched high and they hadn't been flipped, meaning that the damage output from the skill would be somewhat lower, but even so, a hit was a hit. Boom, 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 boom. The 10 deceptions fell to the ground first. Receding tides brought the chi from spinning Cyclone Kill to the ground last, sending out a final heavy sound. The resulting shockwaves spread out and immediately collided against the pile of deceptions on the floor from all directions. The whole stadium had been silent for a long time, and in that moment it finally exploded in enthusiastic cheering and applause. Song Zia wasn't completely defenseless. Li Yibo sighed, deeply moved. Song Zio really focused his attention. Even though Mo Fan's ambush succeeded initially, it was quickly diffused by him, Pan Lin said. Exactly, Li Yibo immediately added. Spinning Cyclone Kill's startup isn't fast, but receding tides still managed to use it in that instant, meaning that he must have made that decision ahead of time. In the first instant that Shadow Dance was used, Song Zio immediately made a precise judgment and controlled his character accurately. But under the suppression of Shadow Dance, he had no way of escaping, so he straightforwardly took the attack, but quickly responded with a spinning Cyclone Kill. And even though spinning Cyclone Kill is slow, it has high priority. Even though so many shadow clones of deception were attacking receding tides, it still didn't manage to interrupt the usage of this skill, Pan Lin added. Exactly, so after forcefully taking this blow, the offensive that Mo Fan launched was broken by Song Zio, Li Yibo said. The defensive capabilities of Team Blue Rain's players are indeed impressive, Pan Lin said. The two of them went back and forth, clearly analyzing the present situation, but this wasn't because the two players had reacted slowly afterwards. On the contrary, Mo Fan's next reactions were extremely fast. The moment spinning Cyclone Kill hit the ground, a pile of deceptions staggered unsteadily, but amongst them, several took advantage of the opportunity, got up, and scattered in all directions. Song Zio had no way of figuring out which of those fleeing deceptions was the heart of the Shadow Dance, and even if he knew, there was no use. The heart of the Shadow Dance could be transferred. At the end of the day, it was because his spinning Cyclone Kill was only level 1, so the strength of the centrifugal force was insufficient. There was no way it could fully control that many characters, and in the last instance of the skills, there were still some gaps left. Mo Fan was extremely agile, and using these small gaps, he immediately controlled deception to dodge the attack. Poof, 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 poof. As the deception with the heart of the shadow dance escaped, the shadow clones immediately turned into a cloud of smoke. Mo Fan's deception escaped, immediately escaping into the dense thicket. With that many escaping figures, Song Zio had no way of knowing which was real. Deception had escaped, but he was still behind receding tides, and he immediately charged out once more.